This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
And the good times continue on a Wednesday. Is it Wednesday? Is it Thursday?
It doesn't matter. It's a holiday week. I mean, who's counting the days?
I mean, listen, I don't know if anybody's got some overtime coming. I don't know if anybody's got some time and a half coming. Whatever it is today, welcome to the Daily Tip. Thursday. You know what today is? Today is a work day. That's what today is. I'm Jim Rodriguez along with KJ Carson here till 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. Hopefully you're hanging out with us. Hopefully you made a little money last night. We had some history made at Dodger Stadium. Malik Beasley may ask you for a couple of bucks, so maybe that's too soon. There's a new man in New York, and what team should you be fading as we get into the second half of the season? KJ, before we get started, good morning, my friend. You.
Hey, Jim, it's always good to be here with you.
With some fast food stories to start.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was telling you off the air that there's an off the menu item at McDonald's. This is not a plug. I don't want to also send the entire country in a frenzy. Like, no way. This guy said that you can order this, and it is just this overwhelming. And then suddenly, you know how we have like different levels of bosses, like I'm deep in Odyssey. So like up one chain is Andrew, and up another chain is a guy, Chris. The worst thing I want to have is Andrew and Chris calling me in between my Now show and WEEI show this evening, all because McDonald's went into a frenzy across America because I mentioned an off-the-menu item that's available to them. The reason why I won't mention it is because it requires the use of 2 crowns and not 1. Therefore, like a hamburger gets sacrificed to make this particular item. So I'm not going to set the world on fire and have, profit margins reduced by a major Fortune 5 company in the world just because the guy on the gambling show across America mentioned this off-the-menu item. But it is a very good off-the-menu item. I've made it a few times when I used to work there back in the day.
A classic item. Maybe you can pair it with some tomato soup just to give you an idea of what it is. But hey, let's get to work here, my friend. Let's get to work.
I'm going to grill you. You know that? I'm going to grill you when we get off the air.
Don't be cheesy now. Don't be cheesy. But anyway, he's KJ. I'm J-Rod hanging out with you on a Thursday here on the Daily Tip. And let's get right to it. The Knicks have made a move. They got rid of Tibbs because apparently he was too mean and nobody liked him and he was grumpy and he was telling people to run. Boo! Who cares that he made them relevant for the first time in a generation, got them to within a few wins of the NBA Finals. Shoot, Mike Breen retired because of this nonsense. But in any case, Mike Brown is back. He is now the new head coach of the New York Knicks. Listen, at the end of the day, it's not a bad hire, right? 2-time coach of the year. Guy took the Cavs to the NBA Finals. He's won titles sitting at the knees. He's sitting next to Greg Popovich in San Antonio and Greg Kerr in Golden State. Are you buying this hire? Is it a good hire, KJ?
Can we be honest about Mike Brown? He's the side piece that teams occasionally marry. Who marries the side? Like, think about it. When Mike Brown has been hired outside of him being at the Cavs, right? And when he was the head coach of the Cavs, he was handpicked by LeBron James. After that, it was because this guy didn't come or because this major person didn't come. He's the guy after Phil Jackson, right? He's the side piece. And this is like literally the side piece moving into the house, still with the former member of the marriage in Rick Brunson, still in the room. Like, this is fascinating to me because I always thought that this was done out of the, like you mentioned, kind of the unhappiness of the players. Except for one of the players, his dad is the coach of the team, and he brings the oranges and the Gatorade for halftime at the games. Look, how do you do this? Like, Tibbs and Rick Brunson go back to when Rick Brunson was a high school kid. So if you're telling me that suddenly now Jalen Brunson's going to be happy to watch his dad have to answer to the new side piece in Mike Brown coming into the Knicks, I will show you a Knicks team that you need to fade because they're fadeable. Like side pieces are fadeable. Like Mike Brown's story virtually ends the same way. The team was unhappy. He lost control. Mike Brown is gone. Like you could think, like play all the times where they said Mike Brown is gone, and it's with the same energy. And they let go of Mike Brown. And now with the Knicks, like now it's like super intense. Like I don't know. I really don't know what the Knicks are doing. And I understand getting rid of Tibbs, but if you were going to make such a shockwave and not be like, hey, look, it's Kim Kardashian 2025, like it's a bit of a marathon there, folks. So yeah, why not just hire Rick Brunson as the head coach if you feel that this is going to be the shocking move that you make? It's not like Rick Brunson hasn't been an assistant coach, but if all these other coaches were saying no to you, wouldn't you have to be kind of concerned about the one who said yes to you?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I mean, but at the end of the day, I figure like, I don't know, I think Mike Brown's getting a lot of disrespect. The guy is a winner, right? The guy, we know what he's done as an assistant. The guy, everywhere he's gone, he's turned the team around. Now, granted, it's failed at the end, but that's what coaches are for. Coaches are hired to get fired. Look at the Tibbs situation here in New York. What I don't understand, and I think what a lot of Knicks fans don't understand, it's one thing, hey, maybe it was a bad fit, right, between Tibbs and the Knicks. Maybe it wasn't going to work. I get you. But to not have a plan, to fire him, and then we'll look for a coach. Shoot, I would have rather seen Don Staley. At least it would have been something interesting, right? At least it would have been something to be talking about as opposed to Mike Brown, who, even though he's got, I think, an impressive resume, still feels like a retread. Still feels like like you're reheating yesterday's leftovers. And I hate to say
Kim
it,
Kardashian 2025. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like if we're talking Kim Kardashian 2010, okay, we're having a little conversation. 2025, like, and this is your new girl. Come on. I mean, how do you turn around a situation where the team just went to the Eastern Conference Finals and have had no roster turnover? Like they haven't lost anybody. Like what do they need fixing? No, they need either a voice that they're going to take to, or they're going to need someone who's such superstar caliber that fits right into that whole New York mold of things. So, yeah, I never really thought they were going for the real life Eddie situation with Dawn Staley. I didn't think that was going to happen. But at the same time, when you start getting all these people who say no, then you have to go and do something bold. I mean, go get a college coach. Go get Shaka Smart if you just want to make some type of noise. Mike Brown is like flipping a penny in the subway and expecting to make a loud noise. Nobody hears it.
Great call. Now, and then for Mike Brown, you talk about walking into a hornet's nest, right? I mean, again, they were a few wins away from getting to the NBA Finals, and there's a lot of expectations. They're 9-1 to win the chip, which I don't. You might as well give me the money if you're thinking about the Knicks winning the championship. 3-1 to get to the NBA Finals. They're actually favorites to win the division. What is the expectation now, KJ? In other words, they got to the Eastern Conference Finals. If they anything less is a failure, right? And Thibodeau is sitting back, cashing those checks, smoking a cigarette, going, I told you.
Yeah, I don't think as much as Tibbs makes people run. I don't know if he's having the cigarette. I'm totally kidding. But I think it's one of those situations with the Knicks you're right. Like if they don't get to even getting to the Eastern Conference Finals and losing again for Knicks fans would be an ultimate failure, right? Because if there's one thing we've seen happen to Mike Brown, he's been outsmarted in playoff games, right? Like he will get burned in playoff games when he's the leader. Now, when he's been the assistant, we've seen them do things great. Like he's a bench coach with Golden State, but it wasn't Steve Kerr that was getting outsmarted. You see what I'm saying? So when the onus is on, I just think that the seat is too big for Mike Brown for failure to happen, because what we've seen, especially in the Eastern Conference, is anything can happen at any given moment. Hell, we saw it in the NBA Finals If you ask me, if you play that Game 7 all over again in the way that Tyrese Halliburton is going, you can make a case that Indiana probably wins the championship, right? So anything can happen except for New York. It has to be the NBA Finals because Boston is limited, because Milwaukee's making changes, because Halliburton is going to be out for an extended amount of time. You'd have to ask yourself in the East, who else? I mean, if you get into Philadelphia, you'll be like, you don't know what guy's going to call in for a sick day on the first day. So the Knicks have all this chance to be in the finals, And Mike Brown could be that guy that makes a bad coaching decision that you're saying, damn, here we are almost a calendar year later, and you got a guy making a mistake worse than Tibbs. I think the Knicks find themselves probably set back a year with this hire. I think Mike Brown may be a one-and-done guy.
Wow, that'd be crazy. Now, Mike Brown does have 4 NBA championships. They are as an assistant, but he's got 4. So yeah, is he one of these better coordinators, better assistants than he is a better head coach? So the East is weak. That's what we think, right? The Cavaliers are the favorites, in terms of the betting favorite over at BetMGM plus 275 to win the East. The Knicks are 3-1. The Magic at 4-1. That's how you know that the East is tough, when the Orlando Magic are the third favorites, and after that are the Atlanta Hawks. So
Mickey's got a shot, right?
This is an East. Yeah,
right.
So,
Mickey Mouse is going to be at the window, right, at the kiosk, right? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, no, Knicks. Like I said, the Knicks. This is their greatest chance in the last 15 years. They should be the favorites. What was Cleveland's? Cleveland's about 250 all last year to win the East, maybe a little bit less because of the Celtics. And then as time, so there's no difference with Cleveland. I don't think there's any difference really there. I think Cleveland's one of these teams that might end up breaking up its team because it's got so many valuable pieces. But the Knicks have such an opportunity. Nobody left, They may. What happens? Let's just say if they're willing to take LeBron in there and make this, then you would say, okay, Mike Brown doesn't matter, right? Like, I think if you got LeBron in there, then Mike Brown wouldn't matter, because then we go back to the genesis of everything. I picked you on my way in. I'm going to pick you on my way out. So if Mike Brown going to the Knicks possibly means a conversation for LeBron, then we've broken 2 stories here. 1, that there's an off-the-menu item at McDonald's, and 2, that Mike Brown is being hired so that way LeBron can come in.
So you could almost say that LeBron is the off-the-menu item in New York, like the grilled cheese is the off-the-menu.
Shut up! I never said what the sandwich was.
Well, it's a grilled Mike Brown, and that's what it's going to be if they don't get back to the NBA. If they don't get to the NBA Finals.
Andrew, Chris, his name is Jim Rodriguez. Rodriguez is the one who said it.
I'm just saying, I live in Miami. I would love to go here and order something off the menu and see everyone's heads explode. I mean, I remember going to the old Hard Rock in Vegas and ordering the 777, the gambler special, over at Lucky's at the Hard Rock, and that was off the menu, and that was almost expected. But you know what? Now you've got me thinking, because there's nothing more than I like than a good conspiracy. Obviously, LeBron opts into that $52 million contract.
Right.
There's been talk that maybe he's going to leave. Mike Brown took LeBron and the Cavs, or you could say LeBron took Mike Brown and the Cavs to the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
It could be. Maybe that's why. I like that. I like the way you think, KJ.
LeBron's last season in the league, most likely, probably wants to be close to Madison Avenue to discuss his potential interests in getting a team in Vegas, start developing those advertising relationships further. The Fenway Sports Group is located in Boston. There's like 38,000 flights a day from Boston to New York. I mean, people who fly back and forth to Boston, New York, have discussions of, I've got there in like 38 minutes. I've got there in 42 minutes. So that's how often, so it does set up for LeBron to be there. And keep in mind, the Lakers, they don't know what they're doing. I mean, I hate to get deep into the NBA woods, but I guess this does tie to Mike Brown, a team that he was with and fired from, the Lakers. They need bodies, right? And clearly, Luka doesn't have his body in motion. He's not calling Gilead. So I think LeBron just wants out of there. And if Mike Brown going to New York means that the Knicks have a shot to have a conversation to get LeBron, then it makes total sense. Mike Brown is not even the discussion. It's player coach Bill Russell last 2 years in the NBA for the Knicks.
Well, I certainly hope they got a better foot guy in New York than they do in LA after seeing those pictures of LeBron's foot. So,
22 years of running up and down a court will make you look like Hammer Time.
Well, speaking of Hammer Time, that's what Malik Beasley's going to get if he's not careful. He owes a lot of people a lot of money. $26,000 to a barber? Listen, I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. He's KJ, I'm J-Rod. It's the Daily Tip. Back with more. Beasley, can I hold something, please?
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Oh, the bass is kicking, KJ. The bass is kicking today here on the Daily Tip. Early on a Thursday. What's going on, everybody? Jim Rodriguez here along with KJ Carson. Definitely man cave type vibes here, KJ. I see the sun coming up in your palatial estate behind you there. It's as you're bunkered in. I like your sort of Bond villain lair you got there.
Yeah, well, villain is very true. Bond, I don't know how much of a mystery man I am. But over here is I'm doing the Vanna White thing, is my love of music and my love of the Red Sox. This Red Sox blanket, it's my mother handmade it, or it's crocheted. It's got the full logo. It's 6 feet long. It's got the full Red Sox logo and all the retired numbered baseballs underneath, including the Jackie Robinson 42. So I think, did she make it when Poppy retired? I think she made it when Poppy retired. So Big Poppy's number is on there. Maybe I will get under the blanket before the show is over as a magic trick. But yes, as you can clearly see in my palatial lair behind me, I have woods. Not James, but potentially a bear that come through. Like in New England, man, it's just kind of like, just let them roam. There's going to be a fox that runs through your yard. Just deal with it.
That's all right. Well, we got, bears and alligators and panthers down here in Miami. And a guy who's going to, if he's not careful with bears, alligators, and panthers, is Malik Beasley. I mean,
it's a segue.
It is. Thank you. It is absolutely fascinating, sad, and shocking, everything that's happened to Malik Beasley. I mean, this guy has made, in his 9-year NBA career, KJ, he's made almost $60 million, and he is in some deep financial debt. I mean, he has to pay back $650,000 to an advance to a marketing company. He owes money. He owes back rent, owes money to a barber, owes money, all over town. $5.8 million to another investing company, to a guy that's made $60 million, and it looks like his 3-year, $42 million contract that was going to be signed, that looks like that's off the table, so he's a total free agent. And oh, by the way, he's being investigated for gambling as well, like some gambling violations. Not a good time to be Malik Beasley.
He sounds very much like KJ Carson's career, minus all the money he's made. All the issues? Yeah. In fact, what am I doing right now? I'm on a gambling show. So hello, Malik Beasley, my brother. Now, I like to do the math. When you hear people say he made $60 million, they make it sound like at the bank he's totally brought $60 million. You've got taxes at 27%. I'm not here to do math, but that's $60 million probably after all of his payouts. Is probably closer to $22 million, somewhere in there. So let's say 22 million.
Okay, wait a minute.
Wait.
Listen,
follow the logic. How many years?
I love you.
Wait. I'm about to. Over 9 years, right? Over 9 years, right? You said 9 years, right?
People don't make that.
So 9 years. Wait a minute. Just follow it, and some of the numbers will make some type of sense. So if it's about 3 to 4 million over the course of 9 years. One place you owe, if you're making $3 million, if you're getting $3 million a year to take home, and you owe $600,000, you're going to feel that. That's 20% of all your money for the year. Okay. Now here's where I think, like, okay, I gotta say something about this. How much does he owe? $60,000 to a barber? What does he have? Platinum hair that you have to use special damn tools to cut his damn head? Like, this is absolute horse-ish, and this is where players get fleeced. Like, I'm a big dude.
It's actually $27,000 to a barber,
$27,000
and $35,000 to a dentist.
Okay, what did he like? I mean, I hate to do it, but I would want to put my finger in Malik Beasley's mouth and look. My brother's a dentist. I would go to him and say, "What would be $37,000?" It'd be like a whole new set of teeth. You'd have all new teeth. So these players get fleeced. Come on. Like, I stopped cutting I used to go to the barber shop. This is back in the day when I lived in the Midwest, but the barber used to always gossip about my co-host, and it was my co-host who told me about going to this barber. So I'm thinking, well, if he's gossiping about this guy, he's just waiting for the other guy to get his hair cut in, and he's going to gossip as well. And this is how they're going to earn their tip. With NBA players, all they do is walk in and be 6'8", and it's $500, yo. Like, what are you talking about? You in the NBA, yo, you can afford it. My hair has never worked a day. My hair hasn't worked a day. So why is 27,000 you said for haircuts?
Yeah, well,
let's just say
here's the thing.
Let's do that just over 100 weeks.
I thought the same thing.
100 haircuts.
But I guess the barber was cutting him some personal loans. That's what it was. But still,
what? So then how come the barbershop is not part of this federal investigation if you're actually able to run like a haircuts and loan shop? I mean, there's a payday. What, does he get his haircut in a payday loan place? Like, is he
barbecue
got
and
to be
hot
buzzed
massage,
in?
and then you get haircuts.
When you buzz in to get your hair cut, and then you go behind the fiberglass and then sign paperwork at 450% interest? Like, no, like there's some of it's fleecing. I don't know. We don't know for a fact that he has a gambling issue, right? Because if this is the case, then, is Shohei Ohtani's interpreter safe in prison? Like, this is the other part of it is some people are going to be, and keep in mind, if you're runner-up sixth man of the year, you don't necessarily have the same interest, quote, protections as if you do the biggest star in the entire sport who can pitch, rap, hit, and dance all in just one show. No pun intended, Shohei. So are we going to deal with the late Blue show or Malik being late on a loan payment? Like, it's just, if Malik Beasley was a Shohei Ohtani, I mean, an interpreter goes down. I speak jive. Sure. I'm his jive interpreter. Say what? Show enough. Faux show.
What was Chris Carter's famous line? Where are his people? Where are his people? Well,
that's the other thing. You really have to do the math. You say 60 million, but I show you that it's probably closer to 20, 25 million real cash over 9 years. I know you're like, KJ, how can you say $3 million a year isn't a lot of money? It's not a lot of money if that's what you do for a living. If you're a construction worker, you make $3 million a year. It's a lot of money. For me and you, it's a lot of money. For anybody who's working on this BetMGM show, it's a lot of money. But we also know some people up the chain, and ain't a lot of money.
Right. What was it, Patrick Ewing? Hey, we make a lot of money, but we spend a lot of money. I get it.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm not trying to get into Malik's finances. Clearly, he needs help. Clearly, he needs some sort of an advisor. Clearly, he needs somebody that's going to take care of him. But I want to get into, you mentioned it, he's being investigated by the feds on a possible gambling-related incident. This is the third NBA player, KJ, in 18 months that is being investigated for a little chicanery, if you will, on gambling. Does the NBA have a gambling problem, or is it just these guys are getting caught? Because, we've got, Terry Rozier got cleared. Jonte Porter, 86, banned for life. Because at least in Jonte's case, he was basically affecting his performance in order to hit or not hit his prop bets. Listen, I am not here to say no gambling. The more you legalize sports betting, the more you catch these sort of bad actors. And I think it's great because, for lack of a better word, it's Vegas who catches these red flags and brings it to the front. So it's not about gambling. It's about not being shady about when you're gambling. But does the NBA have a gambling problem?
I'm going to say no because it's a personal responsibility, right? At the end of the day, just because there's alcohol available on the shelf doesn't mean that you have to drink it all. Just because there's a gambling parlay available in front of you, it doesn't mean it has to be 48 legs, right? You have to use your mind in anything that you're going to do that's going to involve potential losses, right? It's no different than the stock market. Some people are addicted. I don't use the word, some people have an issue with stock and day trading. We've seen these things over the course of time. It just doesn't get the same type of scrutiny because the idea is, hey, you want to put your money in stocks, you want to do this. But there is an inherent built-in loss that's available to you. And they have a thing called insider trading that if you get caught for it, you get nabbed. So as long as those protections remain in place, no industry doesn't have a gambling issue. An individual has a gambling issue. And I can't even say factually that this is the case with Malik Beasley. I think the issue with this is the best performing player so far. So Javante Porter, what is his name? Janante, I forgot.
Jonte.
Michael Porter's younger brother? Jonte. Like,
Porter.
Let's be honest. Jonte Porter. Why is there even a prop bet on a guy who, over under 2 minutes in a game would be the real prop bet for him, right? Because statistics, right? Like those are the situations where you're like, hey, game is out of hand, all the bench guys in there, and suddenly this guy's in there trying to snatch 5 rebounds in 1 minute and 48 seconds. Yeah, that's going to be the red flag. Terry Rozier, who I've once stood behind in a Chipotle in line, and it was more vegetable related.
Did you order off the menu there? Did you order off
No,
the menu
I didn't
there?
order off the menu. I tried to order off of his wallet, but I was like 2-1 says, I bet you can't do it. I'm totally kidding. And then, but with Malik Beasley, you have the runner-up 6th man of the year. You have a guy that's averaging double digits in scoring. And so when you're putting that narrative out there, now you're starting to believe that this guy's affecting scoring, right? Like that's what everybody's most concerned about when it comes to anything is the affecting the score. Rebounds and all these other prop things, like let's just say a player is one away from getting the prop to hit and a rebound comes off and it's 75% almost out of bounds. If the player lets that ball go out of bounds, that's the right thing to do, but we're in a society to say he's on the take. The rebound was clearly his. He knew that was his number. You know who's saying that? Is a person who probably has an issue with gambling. So the sport doesn't have an issue with gambling. It's the people who are doing that. And just the same way that you can't tell a person don't smoke 3 packs a day, but they choose to do it, or don't drink the whole 5th and then go outside, or in some states, like, hey, you don't have to smoke every letter of cannabis while we're sitting right here. This is an individual responsibility. The game doesn't have an issue. The individuals do.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the individuals make a whole because, listen, we've had guys get busted in the NFL. We had the Shohei situation in Major League Baseball. Haven't really heard anything about hockey lately. But we had Tim Donaghy, the referee that was affecting it. The face of the league is the big, and I mean this respectfully in a nice way. Michael Jordan was the biggest degenerate gambler there was. It never seemed to affect, that he bet on his own games or anything like that. I just think that the NBA is probably the one sport where you could affect, lines, odds, more than any other sport, I think. So that's because there's a direct.
Right, like in football, you just can't suddenly say, hey, the defense is going to decide to hike the ball on this play and then take it in as an offensive score, right? So football, clearly is going to be tougher to do. Basketball, yes, but again, I think it's tied more to the prop stuff because it's individuals betting on an individual versus, say, a team or collective. I know the word enterprise has been in the news here. If you had an enterprise going where a team of players, 2 or 3 or more, were working together in cahoots, now the sport does have an issue because you've got a collective team. And the last time the NBA had a team problem goes back to when the Phoenix Suns and the drug trials, Major League Baseball, they even had it a little bit with its drug trials with Dave Parker and with Keith Hernandez. I know I'm giving a historic perspective. But again, it still does come down to the individual. And what you hear a lot of individuals who are having issues with gambling say is, that proves that the game is rigged. No, if there's a game that's rigged, it's called the WWE, and that's why you can't bet on John Cena versus CM Punk, because backstage they know what move number 78 is. So you have to bring yourself, gamblers have to bring themselves back into a level of responsibility of understanding that it's your thing. They're not the issue. It's you.
Right. And at the end of the day, you still got to keep this regulated and legal like it is now, because that's how you catch the bad actors, right?
And
no bad
and not
actors
get killed.
here.
Let's just call it what it is. Nope. Yeah, you don't want your legs broken in the Missouri River.
Oh, by the way. He's KJ. I'm J-Rod. Coming up, is Arch Manning the new Tebow? No pressure. We'll be back with more on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Braid up in here.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Back at it here on a Thursday on Daily Tip. Kelsa and Jenks are off. I'm Jim Rodriguez, along with KJ Carson in his palatial estate there, at the bottom of a mountain, I think, somewhere in rural New England, making things happen here. Here till 9 a.m.
My beautiful New England.
This is
beautiful
it.
New England home. All right.
This is it. I love it. I love it. So listen, we talked a little Malik Beasley. We talked a little Mike Brown. You can always hit us up on demand on the Odyssey app here at BetQL and BetMGM daily to figure out, to watch our past episodes, watch our past topics. College football, because it's never too soon, my friend. Never too soon. And Paul Feinbaum, who is the king of dropping hot takes, jumped in there and he is praising Arch Manning, who's going to be the quarterback at Texas in the SEC, and he compared him to another SEC great. Let's listen to what Paul Feinbaum had to say.
But the point is, I rest my case. I'm not backing down. I feel like the battered New York Democratic candidate for mayor who everybody gets attacked. I don't want anything to do with him, by the way. I'm just making a point that I feel like I have been unfairly attacked, not only by you three, but by the entire country.
Poor Paul. Now the premise behind all those attacks, KJ, is that he's saying that Paul Feinbaum is saying that Arch Manning is going to be the best quarterback since Tim Tebow. High praise, a lot of pressure. And if you go to BetMGM, you'll see that Arch Manning is your leader in the clubhouse. He is the betting favorite right now to win the Heisman Trophy. So, KJ Carson, Arch Manning, is he going to be that? Is he the goods?
Well, Tim Tebow was great in college, but the real conversation about Arch Manning is, will he be the first grandson since the great Otto Graham, the great grandson of Graham Bell and Kilogram? No, but look, the idea about Arch Manning being a great college quarterback is kind of the lazy approach that we're looking at right now. The real story, it ties to the NFL, and are the New Orleans Saints or possibly the New York Giants kind of hedging their season to get Arch Manning, right? Like, this is really what this is about, not so much about him being the best college quarterback. I mean, that's not a story. I really, actually, when I heard that soundbite, I cringed. I mean, you talk about the way that Steph Curry has got a bunch of 5'5" kids thinking that they can make it to the NBA. Damn, look what Stephen A. Smith is doing to people like Paul Feinbaum. Is that supposed to be an entertaining hot take? I cringed. I felt like I was listening to an Ethel Merman disco record. Like, okay, come on. Like, that's a really old ass reference. That's my point. Is let's get away from, can we get away from just saying things just to say them? It's not very far to say that Arch Manning is going to be the Heisman Trophy winner in college football, but then to say that he's going to be as big as Tim Tebow, you're kind of feeding the dummy machine over there that's filled with Kool-Aid and cotton candy. Oh, Tim Tebow was horrible in the pros. No, it's Tim Tebow in college. Tim Tebow in college is going to be in the conversation of top 20 quarterbacks in college of all time. It's the absolute truth. That's not crazy to say. What's crazy is the response that you then get from Feinbaum because it's gone viral. And my whole thing is, I don't know, like, imagine if you said, hey, Jim, we all went to a party and when we're all done, after all these beautiful women, all these beautiful people, we came away and we all went viral. Does that sound good?
I don't want to get anything viral if I go to a party. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, that's my point.
A shot,
everything
a little
viral,
vaccine or something.
Right? Somebody needs a shot in the ass because they're trying to go viral. Feinbaum sounds silly right there, trying to bring in and interject other things that absolutely have nothing to do with nothing, when you just could say, look, Arch Manning's going to be the best quarterback in college football and may have some issues once he gets to the pros. Now that, I could kiss you on the mouth and feel like I could drink a hard scotch after it and not be worried, right? Like this is where we are. So yeah, saying Arch Manning's going to be the best quarterback in college football is not a reach. It's part of the marketing machine. This is what they're all setting up for. They want the story. It's no different than Cooper Flag, right? Got a story. You want to make sure you get that narrative. You're going to run with it. Feinbaum covers the SEC. You're going to want to have an SEC guy be the story to carry your water for the whole season. I don't know. Am I going? Did I break the fourth wall here? Did I break kayfabe? I don't know if that's what I just did. But geez,
so you're telling me that Feinbaum is just saying something to go viral, to be big on X and on Instagram? Hey, well, heck, we're talking about it.
Getting kissed on the mouth by a Kardashian in 2025. It seems impressive, but you might want to get that checked out after the history. I mean, James Harden was 10 people ago, So, like, what are we doing?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is I try to keep things for what they're worth, and I think I agree with you 100%. A lot of it is for clicks, a lot of it is baity, if you will. But I'll tell you what, I think you've definitely hung a bullseye on Arch Manning, and I'll tell you what, August 30th, it's Texas at Ohio State start the season. So that 6-1 Heisman bet that is out there right now for him to win the Heisman, that 5-1. That Texas is going to win the Natty, that plus 225 that Texas is going to win the SEC could take a major blow if they go out and get thumped by Ohio State.
Well, that's the other thing. College football is so different now that if you lose in week 1, it doesn't matter. You just have to be team 1 through 8 at the end, and they always love a redemption story. So, of course, Texas plays Ohio State in week 1. It could be Arch Manning's 1D of the season and everything else be A's. And there's the story. After that first week, he just was on fire. He learned his lesson, and now they're in the college football playoff. Go, Arch, go. Dad's there. Unc's there. Granddad's there. The whole picture's there. The NFL's films. Why are they here? That's the thing with college football. No longer does a loss hurt you as long as you're in the mix at the end. All you have to be in the mix. You can have 2 losses. Remember last year we were having a debate about Alabama. Like some people thought Alabama should have been in there with like 15 losses. That's what it felt like. But because you knew it was Alabama and they had the stars and they had a quarterback that was electrifying, they could potentially do something. It's set up for any of these teams, Texas, Ohio State, Alabama, Michigan. They all have a built-in reprieve towards the end of the year because, trust me, if Vanderbilt has the hottest season of the year, you're going to see them on December 31st, okay? I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, well, listen, I first of all, I think it's great. I think it's great that we've gotten away from the, hey, 1 loss and your season's over, because now you can get a Texas and Ohio State on week 1. You can get the best matchups coming up every week. Teams aren't afraid to lose a game. I get you about that. Now, if you're Arch Manning, what we saw a little bit of him, 9 touchdown passes, just under 1,000 yards passing, 4 rushing touchdowns. Everybody says the arm, but everybody says the speed. How do you, if you're Texas, what is it, and Steve Sarkisian, because you're basically putting all your eggs in the Manning basket for this year, because he's probably going to go pro next year. How do you not get caught up in that? Now, granted, I think Unks, and Grandpa are a good way to go in there and keep his feet on the ground. But in a win now mentality, with all the favoritism that Texas has, I think the pressure is immense. And now Feinbaum adding the Tebow stuff. You think he's mentally tough enough to hold up with this?
Sarkisian? Oh, you pray that he is, because I mean there's been some fragility there over the years that he has shared. And let's just keep in mind, this is the same grandfather that said my kid is not going to go play for the San Diego Chargers. So don't believe that the Mannings, now granddad and 2 uncles, won't have something to say. Now, what may only stop that is that, Arch's dad is Peyton and Eli's older brother, right? So at least he might have something to say. But again, when it comes to this legacy that is tied to the NFL, like I said, this is so tied to the NFL more than it is the University of Texas. And that is my concern, is through back channels, and we don't know if Feinbaum isn't or is a back channel. I would just say 3 Mannings played in the SEC and now a 4th. So there could be some back channeling going on. Let's see. The Manning cast comes on what network? Oh, yeah. Yeah. This could be tough for Sarkisian, especially if Arch Manning doesn't perform the way he needs to and gets yanked out of a game. That's going to be a story if Arch Manning suffers, because you can see it in his play that this guy can get overwhelmed. Because, again, if we have to talk about the running, then hell, why don't I just go find Lamar Jackson Jr. if this is going to be the next prodigy? He's going to run better. The arm is where we have to see if that's what he has. If it's more of the legs, that's not necessarily what a Manning does, except for Granddad, and Granddad ran for his life.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. And I also wonder if you're a coach, having that pedigree that you're trying to coach. I mean, we talked about it a lot with Shedeur Sanders and Dion, and now Shedeur in Cleveland. How that's gonna, is who's gonna be coaching that team? Is it gonna be Dion, or is it gonna be the coaching staff in Cleveland? So many eyes on you. I mean, I think it's great, and I think, to me, it'll show what kind of a pro he is. And I'm talking about Arch Manning, by this kind of season and how he sort of responds.
Well, he's got to respond with wins on the field, because then everybody listens to everybody. But when there's controversy, then there's going to be, it's really going to lay on, this is what Sarkisian isn't doing with him. And again, when we talked about personal responsibility earlier in the show, if Arch is out there making Arch mistakes, those are Arch mistakes, not Sarkisian ones. And I think that has to be remembered when he's out there, that his mistakes are his mistakes and not necessarily Sarkisian's.
I'll tell you what, it'll be interesting if the Saints are in the mix. Obviously, Granddad went to New Orleans. Would he allow them after not letting Eli go to San Diego? Hour number 1's in the books. Hour 2's next. Major League Baseball is here. It's the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
treat them like Group A.
This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
It is hour number 2 here on the Tip. I'm Jim Rodriguez with KJ Carson, sitting in for Jenks and Chelsea. Happy you're along with us on a Thursday, day before 4th of July. Exciting times, the barbecue. Are you marinating already, KJ? You got your stuff out for tomorrow yet?
You know, I don't like eating. I just had this conversation with my wife. I don't really like eating outside just because flies are undefeated, right? Like there is just not there are too many flies in the world. So I like that. Like if there's an indoor cookout, I like those. Cook the food outside, have people inside. That's what I'll probably aim for. But me doing the cooking, I seem like I've kind of retired on that. Like if I'm going to cook out for somebody, it means I would want you at my house. I'm like I like not having people in my house. So if I like to eat indoors and I don't like having people at my house, then maybe I don't need to be the person that has the cookout, because if I'm in the house and everybody else is going to be in the house, I'd be like, why don't you go outside? It's a nice day. Go eat outside with the flies. You know, so yeah, I'll go to someone's house, have the plate. My wife is really good about like stacking the take-home plates because she's a great conversationalist as she does it. So as she's taking several burgers, she's killing you with a smile and a great conversation and a lovely personality. But meanwhile, she's doing like 1 for me, 1, 2, 1 for you, 1, 2 for me, 2 for you, 1, 2, 3, 4 for me. You know, so it's a pretty good racket we've got going.
Lady Carson has got it all figured out. Well, the wife already told me that there's brisket on the menu. So we'll get into that. What's 4th of July looking like for everybody?
Brisket. Jeez.
You know, hey, man.
Is it on a bun? Is it going to be on a bun?
We got to treat ourselves. We'll get into that, especially the difference between like a New England 4th of July where you're at and a Miami 4th of July versus the rest of the world. So we'll get into that later on. But 4th of July is a milestone in Major League Baseball. You kind of, that's when you really start checking the standings. It's opening day, Memorial Day, 4th of July, and Labor Day. So we're at the third pole, if you will. It's 4th of July, and we thought we'd do an exercise here, KJ, of who we like and who we don't. So who we're fading and who we're hammering. And you have a theory on this whole thing, and nearly when you're like the professor, so I have to sit back and listen to the theory. Classes in session, Professor.
So look, it really comes down to I looked at a projector of what's the worst and best case scenarios of teams winning games, right? So teams with a projection of 45, which is the worst amount, the lowest possible wins you can have, to 61 wins. It was about a 16-game difference, where there's no best case scenario that puts them over 70 wins for the entire season. Call that the first group. This group are the A's, the Nationals, the Rockies, the White Sox. So these are fade 2 on every 3, right? So in a 3-game series, fade them. Don't fade them 2 out of 3 games, 3 out of 4 games in a 4-game series. Then you've got teams with a projection between 62 and 70 wins, which is an 8-game difference. But if you know that's half the difference between those in Group A, there's no best case scenario of them winning over 80 games. So these are going to be teams that are probably not even going to finish 500. These are the Angels, Royals, Orioles, Pirates, and Marlins. So if you ever have a game between Group B and Group A, fade Group A all the time except for one game and take them on the game with the most plus money. Now, for all those teams in Group B and they play anybody else, do that across the league. So say the Orioles in a series against the Yankees, take them to win 1 out of the 3 games. I would try and go with the game with the biggest plus money so you can get the biggest return.
Goodness. My goodness. All I was thinking about is I'm going to fade the Giants.
Well,
it has nothing to do with me being a Dodger fan, but you brought a whole different aroma to this conversation.
I mean, if people are coming to us to lay their money down, at least do some money. do some homework. We're talking to a national audience. There's someone who is up in Idaho right now at dark in the morning says, you know what? J-Rod and KJ are on. And when these guys are on, they are giving us an insight that I never thought about here in Coeur de Coeur, whatever name it's in. So
Coeur
d'Alene, right? Coeur d'Alene on my way to Seattle with the lean streak of mean. So that was my handle when I was a trucker. But my point being is look, the A's got to play somebody in the series. He's a great example. The A's beat the Rays the other night. They lost last night. If you look at one of the games in a matchup, you would say, all right, one of these games, there's a chance that they're going to win. They're going to win a third of their remaining games, but winning a third of their remaining games is going to put them in that 45 to 40 to 60 game win range where they're going to end up. So it used to be a lot harder where everybody won at least 60, everybody lost at least 60, and it was what happened in the other 42 games. Now you have teams that are so bad. They're like, damn, some people, like if you look at the Colorado Rockies, some people may not even win 40 games, So the Rockies are a consistent, fadeable team, obviously. But where's the value going to be betting anything in their games? Where's the value going to exist? First 20 minutes, It's not even going to be first 5 with someone like with the Rockies. So, again, the teams that are in this Group A, teams that are projected to win as low as 45 games, maybe at best 61, the A's, the Nationals, of course the Rockies, and the White Sox. These are teams the only way you probably get value in them is looking at them in 1 out of 2 games, 1 out of a 3-game series, or 1 out of a 4-game series. I would just suggest looking for the one that offers you the most plus money and try your hand on that, especially if it's after a loss. And then that second group, Angels, Royals, Orioles, Pirates, and Marlins, once they're playing the rest of the league outside of the A's, Nationals, Rockies, and White Sox, almost take that same application going with them, might even split a series. Those are the teams that are going to probably have a situation where they've got probably a better than normal pitcher. If you look at someone like the Royals, what's my guys? I think Lugo's going today. So yeah, right. So today will probably be the day to play the Royals because they've got their better pitcher on the mound, and they're probably going to lose tomorrow, maybe even win today, or at least get you some type of advantages going in the first 5, stuff like that.
So like individual teams, like one of the things that I like to fade are the Giants because I look at what the Giants have done. Remember on Friday, June the 13th, a couple of weeks ago,
Day before my kid's birthday.
Far, the Giants beat the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium. It was the start of a 3-game series, and the Giants tied the Dodgers for first place. Well, since then, the Giants have gone 5-12. And they're now 9 games behind the Dodgers in the National League West. Webb, Ray, Verlander, all have underperformed for them. 4-8 since making that trade for Rafi Devers. And the Red Sox haven't done that well either. Devers hitting .217 since the trade. There's just no offense in San Francisco. Yeah, there's no offense in San Francisco. They haven't had a 30 home run hitter since Barry Bonds. That ballpark does not play. They have not been able to figure out how to play to that ballpark. So I would continue to fade the Giants because, and again, I don't know what they'll do come the trading deadline. They might have shot their wad already in getting Devers. Another team that I would fade, big time, are the Blue Jays. They almost blew an 8-0 lead last night. They're old. They don't do much offensively. They're 48-38. They're actually, they've won 4 in a row. They're in the hunt. They're in the wild card hunt. But I think that pitching staff, Jose Barrios, Kevin Gossman, Chris Bassett, he was pitching today. they don't put the fear into me. And Vladimir Guerrero's had a very disappointing year. Bo Bichette was their leading home run leader for most of this season. It's been an underwhelming old team, and I think the Jays will do what they usually do, and that is fade in the second half of the season. John Schneider's already been on the hot seat many times, so I don't think I'm going to get on the Blue Jays bandwagon. And then your team, the team you see every day, the Red Sox.
Yeah.
They're 3 out of the wild card. They're not sellers, but they're not buyers. Do they trade Chapman down the stretch? I don't know. Where are you on the Red Sox? Are you hammering the Sox or fading them?
I'm going to fade them just because of, I don't want to say because of the Devers trade, but because of what came back in the Devers trade, right? If you're going to trade someone like Rafael Devers, you would have to ask yourself, okay, at the press conference for the new person that's replacing Rafael Devers, who's putting on their jersey, who's putting on a Red Sox jersey and describing what they're going to provide for the team, specifically from the batting perspective, right? You didn't get that. So you have a lot of young guys. You don't have a lot of pop on this team. This is a team I'm going to fade going down the road because I don't think upper management really is trying to build for this team to really make a run for this year's playoffs. I think what they're trying to do is have a young team sufficient enough to make it to 500, which they've done over the last few years. The excuse you would just have this time is that there are no big name, high priced guys doing what you've done for the last 2 or 3 years. So I would fade actually, technically, you would have to kind of hammer the Red Sox a little bit because they're below 500 to get to 500. So I don't know if it necessarily gets much worse than what it is, but they are in a fadeable situation right now where the errors are still an issue. You had a major base running gaff last night that could have had you, on second with no outs. Instead, you make the first out at third base. Everybody hears their little league coach screaming at the guy who gets pegged trying to go for a triple with no outs. I mean, it's inherited in anybody who's played the sport. Like the coach, the manager is yelling at you. And so I'm fading the Red Sox. Look, probably the only day you don't fade the Red Sox is the day that Garrett Crochet is pitching. That's really the one light that they have where even if it isn't a Red Sox win, it may be an under total game. So that you start playing into the props with teams, that's where you usually say you could fade them overall in the bigger picture going down the stretch.
On the other end of it, teams that you're going to hammer. And I think one of the teams that I'm going to hammer are the Braves. Even though they've been so poor this year. Remember, they started 0-7. But they also had a slew of injuries. This is the team that was supposed to win the division, make a deep run. Acuna's back. Matt Olson had a big hit last night. He's starting to hit. Spencer Strider's starting to look like himself. They're 6.5 out of the wild card. Maybe it's too far to get there. Maybe it's a bridge too far to cross. But I'm not betting that they're going to make the playoffs. I'm betting that they're going to win games. I'm betting that they're going to get back into the playoff hunt. And at 6.5, that's easy to do with the wild card. So I'm loving Atlanta in the second half of the season.
I'm going to shock you when I tell you who I'm going to hammer. I'm going to hammer the San Francisco Giants, right? Because I think it doesn't get much worse than what it is. And I know what it looks like when Rafael Devers starts. He's going to struggle, right? At one point, I think he'd struck out 20 times in his first 27 at-bats to start the season. I peeked in and watched the Giants-Diamondbacks game the other day. They're going to figure some things out where they are going to be on the short end on a line, or they're going to be plus money on a line, and you'll take them because they'll be able to get. Because they're doing poorly is why I'm going to hammer them, because they are going to be able to turn things around. You're absolutely right about that ballpark. Rafael Devers' strengths don't necessarily lie to those. It would be to opposite field, and he has an opposite field home run, and that's a shorter porch in left that he can reach from the left side of the plate consistently. So I think as those things start to take hold, there will be some excitement behind Rafael Devers, and that's why I am going to hammer the Giants going down the stretch, because right now they're in just such a favorable situation where you can take them at plus money, and that's how they're going to start picking off games. They're not going to win the NL West, but they are going to be in the hunt for the wild card. And I think they may end up being the most dangerous team if they get into the playoffs in the NL.
Real quick, last one. I know we're up against it. I also, one of the teams I'm going to hammer this year are the Reds. Between Andrew Abbott, Nick Martinez, Hunter Green, who's coming back, they've got some offense. 45-42, a game and a half out of the wild card. I like Cincinnati a lot. They have usually been the team, kind of like the Blue Jays, who you fade down the stretch. Terry Francona's now running that ship. You know all about Tito and what he can do in the dugout. I like
chicken
Cincinnati
and beer.
a lot. That's it. Let's take a break. It's Thursday, getaway day, but there's still plenty of baseball. We'll check today's slate next. He's KJ. I'm J-Rod. It's the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. right back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
And like that, it's magic. Hi, everybody. Well, Jim Rodriguez with KJ Carson here on. Let's see. So let's talk about what we've had today. Let's summarize this morning edition of the Daily Tip. We've had off the menu orders. We've had $27,000 bills to loan sharking. I shouldn't say loan shark, to loan barbers. We've got in the dark. We've got you and your palatial estate in the woods. It's been a day, my friend.
Yeah, well, my bosses at WEEI don't think they should. You know, it's funny in this industry, you try and hide what you have at home, so that way they don't try and hide the money that you need for home. So you keep saying palatial estate and almost giving away you probably already did, giving away what the off the menu item at McDonald's is. You're pretty much going to ruin my money. But I'm going to be a broke man come August 1st. Thank you. Yes, thanks, J-Rod.
Me?
Right? But yeah,
little old me.
McDonald's probably sending McDonald's sending their lawyers directly to Odyssey. Who is this guy discussing off-menu stuff on your show? And that is not our policy. And he should be ashamed of doing that because he is a former employee, and the store he worked at is a very thriving.
Well, listen, your NDA is your NDA there, Diddy. It's not mine, all right? So take it easy there.
Right, I can't even tell you the special ingredient that makes the fries addictive, So I even know like why people like
I want
McDonald's
no part of
fries
that.
are the best. Why they know McDonald's fries are the best. I know the reason why. Like, I know some people know it too, but I know the reason why. You're like, we're just gonna leave it like that. Huh?
We're gonna have to get that out of you. So what is it?
I'll tell you off air, so that way the next time you go to your favorite Mickey D's, you can say, "Hey, can you set them in this a little bit longer?" And your fries will be looking like the ones that are on television.
Oh my goodness! I've got a Mickey D's right down the street. I might have to go over there. Meanwhile, it's BetMGM, the Daily Tip.
Well, should I say that McDonald's has no? I mean, they're welcome to call our advertising and our sales department
anytime, right?
And run these. Hey, Jim and I will even cut you a commercial in 2 languages if you need. So so that's the idea. But we're not a sponsor or saying anything in that regard. We're just telling you personal stories that I personally know from my personal life of being a former employee there. So, but Jim, you do know you have to wait until after. You're gonna have to wait until after 10:30 local time before you can get the fries. We're still in hash brown time, so just letting you know.
Queso a la parrilla. Queso.
The fries are good. Yeah, the fries are good.
Grilled cheese.
Stop.
In Espanol. I'm just trying to read these words right here.
That's not in the commercial, Jim. That's not in the commercial.
Added value. We call that added value in the business.
Added value.
All right, listen. Speaking of added value, it's Thursday. It's getaway day. A little mix of day games and afternoon games and night games tonight in the slate of MLB. So let's go through it. Let's see what we like, what we don't like, what we're thinking about. So let's start here in Miami. They're the first game of the day. It's a 12-10 start. The Twins and the streaking Miami Marlins. They just had an 8-game winning streak snapped. Clayton McCullers got those boys playing. It's David Festa pitching for the Twins and Yuri Perez, it's a big start for Yuri because he's coming off of injury and everything like that. He goes on the mound. Anything you like in that game, my friend?
Not the Marlins at 12 in the morning. Not a 12-10 afternoon start. Look, I know they've been hot, but if you missed the last segment, the Odyssey app is free. You can replay all of the BetMGM Daily Tip on the Odyssey app. It's free. I'd mentioned that in this Group B that includes the Marlins, the Pirates, the Orioles, Royals, and Angels, if they play anybody else, they're good for one of the games in the series, and you may fade them on the rest. This may be a game I fade them just because it's a 12-10 start in Miami. The sun is out. Sun's out, guns out. Well, not the guns part, but I just don't know the.
Here's Miami. Hang on.
I guess the question is, it's a retractable roof, is it not? At the stadium?
Indeed.
So
Indeed.
is the roof
closed?
But
it's also July. It's a little sticky. It's been. We're gonna get some rain the next couple of days. So I'm gonna. If I was a betting man, and I am, I'm gonna say the roof's gonna be closed in Little Havana tonight.
Okay, so if the roof is closed, then I give the advantage back to the Twins, right? They don't have to deal with the bearing and suffering and so forth. Yeah, probably this is the game that I fade Miami in this one. So I like the Twins in this one. Probably Miami tomorrow with a second game in a row in the rain and the roof and so forth. If you've got a game that's being played with the rain going on, but the roof closed, now you might be a little bit more focused because you're used to this. And the Twins are kind of like, hey, we don't have no rain out today. Like, no, you're still playing. So, it's all psychosomatic. And that's the angle I like to get into when I look at bets, is like, who's going to be up to play a game in a rainy day? Is it going to be the team that would normally have a rain out at home, or the team is just like, it's another game to play?
Yeah. Well, then there's also the South Beach fever, the South Beach cold that also plays into it. Those boys from Minnesota, how are you going to keep them down on the farm in Minnesota when they've seen Carl Hungus in Miami? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they don't have these in Minnesota. The girls don't look like this in Minnesota. They would melt all the snow.
I do like a little Yurfie in this game. Yurfie in this game. I think we're going to have a run in the first inning. The game that I'm going to be keeping an eye on is out in the Rockies, 3:00 Eastern. It's the Astros and the Rockies. Brandon Walter against Kyle Freeland for the Rockies. And I'm liking Christian Walker in this game. I feel like I'm running my head up against the wall, betting Christian Walker. He spent a lot of time with the Diamondbacks, so he's very familiar with Freeland, very familiar with the Rockies. He's now playing first base for the Astros. 2 home runs, 3 doubles, 343 batting average against Freeland. So I'm liking a little Christian Walker propage today.
Yeah, I like Brandon Walter. I'd even go with a K prop on him as well. I would look at something over 5, maybe 6 area, just because Colorado struggles tremendously. And again, as I was talking about, look, the total is 11.5. How much do you really think that Colorado is going to contribute to that 11.5? There's no value in taking Houston straight up. It's almost -2 to 1, so pretty much you're giving away money. But if I was looking for a prop bet, I would look at strikeouts for Brandon Walter. Look, Kyle Freeland 1-9. The team is basically a 1-9 team, near 6 ERA. So the balls are going to be flying. It's going to be an early day game. So there's so many things that work to Houston's favor, both on the prop side. Like, the only thing that doesn't work in their favor is the money line. That's the only thing that doesn't work in their life.
And what's crazy, Kyle Freeland at 1-9 with an ERA of 5.5. He's probably been their best pitcher this year. That's the frightening part. What's going on in Colorado? So, all right, Colorado, Tigers,
Group A team,
right?
Colorado, a Group
Tigers
A team.
Yeah, definitely a Group A team. Tigers and Nats in D.C. tonight, 6:45 Eastern. Dietrich Enns, what a great name. Dietrich Enns on the mound for the Tigers. Jake Irvin on the mound for Washington. Any plays there?
No. Maybe the run line is a little bit of value there for Detroit at 1.5. This is a game I could see they could win by a few. No value on the money line. I may look at a James Wood prop. The guy's on fire. Maybe even look at see what a home run prop for him looks like. That might be the only bright spot that the Nats have going this season. So, James Woods maybe on a home run prop. And the Tigers, I definitely, even though, look, KJ usually does not discuss minus money, but at -102, that's as close to getting as plus money as you can.
That's even money. That's close enough.
That's even money. So, and for them to win the game by 2 or more runs is definitely something I can see.
All right, the game that I'm going to have my focus on, a lot of action in this one. Yankees and the Blue Jays tonight, KJ. The Blue Jays have scored in double figures the last 2 nights against the Yankees. Colin Schmidt against Chris Bassett. Bassett's been terrible. His last 7 starts got an ERA over 7. This one screams over to me.
Yeah, the Yankees have been struggling a little bit, and Toronto, like you mentioned, they use their bats to try and catch up with the pitching, and that hasn't been as great as well. That's probably the only play I'm with you there is the over in the run line. Maybe you might look at the Yankees possibly coming out of a funk. You mentioned the pitching has been. You get plus money at -1.5 on the run line, so you figure, you say the Yankees win this game 4-2, it gets you some plus money there. Or if you say, hey, it's going to be an over total of 8.5, then you might be saying, hey, the Yankees win this game 7-3, something like that. It's a real possibility as well. But I'm with you that I think that Toronto may be the one that struggles a little more holding the runs than getting the runs. So like a 7, I don't know if you can do an exact total run total. I mean exact score, but 6-2. I'm sorry, 7-3, 7-4. Someone in there is going to be that total. I think is going to be that score.
Yeah, the only thing that gives me pause, obviously, is that like I say, the Blue Jays have hit double figures in runs the last 2 days. You just got to wonder if they've hit themselves out, if they're finally going to make some adjustments. Maybe you get an under kind of game going in this one, but I think I still like the play of the over. All right, Brewers and the Mets in Queens. Jose Quintana, that creep can roll, man. He's 6-2, ERA 3.30 against David Peterson, 5-4, 3.30. I like Rhys Hoskins in this game for the Brewers. 438 average, couple of homers, 3 doubles against David Peterson.
I can't get a read on this because the Mets have been so bad, right? Like you just don't know who's going to do what or not do what. And you don't know if this is the game where suddenly the Mets suddenly shut things down and Milwaukee does nothing. So this is a game I'm going to take a pass on just because the Mets just have too many extremes right now, right? The Mets should be a team that we're looking at having a conversation going into a game like we do with the Yankees. Are we looking at an over? Are we looking at a home run prop? These are things I feel like you just can't touch right now. I mean, the over that sits at 8, but it's also even money for the under. So that's why I'm saying it's like I can't really get a gauge on if the Mets who they've paid the Mets to be can show up on the run total. And I don't know if suddenly the pitching becomes lights out for a day when it hasn't been that really for the last month.
Yeah, I mean, has a team fallen from grace any faster than the Mets? Maybe the Giants, but I'll tell you what, it's been crazy what's been going on in Queens.
No,
Angels and Braves
right. They paid for Juan Soto.
Angels and Braves in Atlanta, it's Soriano and Elder. Cleveland and the Cubs at Wrigley, Ortiz and Horton. Giants and Diamondbacks. Interesting game here. Robbie Ray for the Giants and Brady Fat for the Diamondbacks. Best name in baseball. PFAADT. Brady Fat. Robbie Ray, 8-3, 2.75 ERA. Fat, 5.38 ERA. Dig in Eugenio Suarez. And I'll tell you what, Max Muncy got hurt last night for the Dodgers. Michael A. Taylor slid into third base head first, cracked his knee. They're thinking maybe it's a sprain. Dodgers may be in the trading market. Eugenio Suarez, I know it's a division game. He has owned Robbie Ray, 4 for 11, home run, 2 doubles tonight. I'm liking Eugenio Suarez, who's going to try to show out tonight in the desert.
I watched that series a little bit, and a couple nights ago, I like the Giants on the run line. I think this is where things start to break out for them. I think they've got to do it on the road to carry it before they come back home. Again, I'm not concerned about their standing in the NL West. I think they're a team that's going to kind of turn things around starting around July 4th. I think this is the game where they probably win it, probably 6-4, 5-3, somewhere in there. Right, like the under is it's tilting towards the under and not the over because of the pitching matchup. But I do like Ray in this game to probably kind of keep it in control. It could be a 3-1 game. So, but I do like the Giants in the run line -1.5 at plus money at plus 145.
White Sox and Dodgers tonight. Clayton Kershaw made history, got his 3,000th strikeout last night. But what gets me is Dustin May is on the mound for the Dodgers, and I'm liking a strikeout prop for Dustin May. White Sox have struck out 21 times in the first 2 games of this series. Actually 19 times in the first 2 games of the series. May's a punch-out guy. I'm digging a Dustin May strikeout prop. What do you like, White Sox Dodgers?
Man, that's probably only one right there. I mean, even a first 5 play, I can't even see where there's any value in this. I mean, the Dodgers are now become like what the Yankees have been over the last couple of years from a betting perspective, is trying to find the value is like pulling teeth out of Malik Beasley's mouth. There you go.
Oh! That's not nice. Final game, Royals and Mariners. Seth Lugo and Brian Wu in that game. No real play on that game. Maybe an under. Total is 7 on that. When we come back, we'll wrap up hour number 2. More Malik Beasley, more Mike Brown, more KJ Carson. It's the Daily Tip right here on BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Good times continue here on the Daily Tip with I'm Jim Rodriguez. Happy you're with us. Jinx and just a well-deserved day off as we get ready for 4th of July, Independence Day. Lots of good stuff going on. Hopefully you be able to get some time off, or at least if you're working, get a little extra pay, get that time and a half going here. KJ, I want to kind of touch back again with Malik Beasley. We talked about him at the earlier part of the first hour. Obviously, under gambling investigation by the feds, coming out that he owes a bunch of people a lot of money, and pretty much looks like he's lost his 3-year, $42 million offer from the Pistons. If you're the Pistons, or if you're anybody, would you take a flyer on Malik Beasley? Is that somebody you want, or you need this to be all taken care of before you even let that guy in your facility?
Well, see, that's what's interesting is because he's a really good player, it's going to get somebody's interest. Let's say all things are assumed that he's cleared. They find no financial misdoings between money and what he did in games and so forth. If he's cleared of those things, I think someone probably waits towards the trade deadline to acquire him, probably towards the end of the season to help make a run, even if he's on the bench, just because there's so much news that comes around him. This is what teams have to think about, like it isn't just asking about the game. It's about that reporter that says, hey, do you have a certain app on your phone, and does the team know about this? So that's where they wouldn't take the flyer. But if you're telling me a guy off the bench can give you 300 three-pointers in a season, average about 12 a game off the bench, you don't sit there and say, lose his number. You're like, and do we have some good people that can surround it? You start thinking about how much, because at the end of the day, it's all risk, right? So if it's about winning a championship, what risk are we willing to take? Now, if you're talking about him just going to go play for Portland, why? You'd almost want to figure you want to put him in a situation where basketball is clearly the most important thing going on, not only for you, but for the city and potentially, a title run. So, look, Detroit's such a warming place. It can take you in, but if you're the wrong person, you can get caught up in the wrong things. And I can say that can happen in any city. But I think with Malik Beasley, his situation, because it's like, okay, how are you not able to pay your rent in Detroit and you play for the Pistons? Unless there's something else going on besides the rent. You know what I mean? Like there are other things. Like, how do you owe a dentist all this money and this dentist is able to get to the state system and have your check garnished from the Pistons? Something with Malik Beasley and at least the state of Michigan is a bit oil and water. Now with Milwaukee, with the barber, it's almost kind of like, hey, if you're going to charge Diddy with Rico, you probably need to have somebody sitting next to him as well. If you're going to be talking about haircuts that cost you $27,000, that person probably needs to be sitting in the room too, asking a couple of questions like, so tell me, what did you think of Cleveland versus Detroit 3 years ago? What were your thoughts on that game? So, it's surrounding him with the right people in the right situation where he can't get in the wrong things, or send him to Utah where there's nothing to do but to go find 4 wives and be merry. He'd be the most popular one, that's for sure. And he'd probably have to change that first name. Be like, you could be Mark, but you ain't gonna be Malik around here.
Mark Bowers, that'll be it. I think he's done in Detroit. I think first thing that needs to get cleaned up is this whole gambling investigation stuff. Because I think that, for as much money as he owes everybody, that stuff can be worked out. Garnished, like you said, garnished payments, repayment loans, whatever, that all can be worked out, especially if he gets, a 4 or 5, $40 million contract. But we need to figure out this gambling thing first. But I think his days in Detroit are gone. Why? Well, because if I'm the Pistons, we're building something here, right? They actually won a playoff game for the first time in 17 years. They're actually in the discussion of a team that could possibly do some things. They're 15-1 right now to win the Eastern Conference over at BetMGM. I don't want that guy in my locker room. I don't want that guy walking around here. You know what? And maybe he's just bad with numbers. Maybe he just needs a financial advisor. Maybe he just needs a hug. I don't know. But I don't want him in here in my locker room with my young guys. If I'm JB Bickerstaff and those guys, no, thank you. But I think the fact that he played 82 games last year, so he's durable, scored averaged 16 points a game. A team could use that, and I think he will find a job. But again, this gambling thing has to be cleared up first.
Well, here's the other thing that it's not necessarily a secret in the NBA or for pro sports is you then have kind of peer-to-peer gambling going on these flights, right? So is Malik, hey, Malik, hey, put your watch back on, brother. Hey, why did you bring your mortgage onto the plane? What is that? What are you doing? I don't mean to say that to be funny, but my point being is if he suffers in an environment where these things are going on and it sets off those neurons in his mind and those triggers, then he can't be in the league for his own personal self. Not even dealing with games or anything like that, but if that's constantly around him where it's kind of like, hey, man, deal the cards. We playing 10,000 a hand. And he's going, hey, man, you know I'm good for it. You know I'm good for it. And he says, Malik, your barber is going to be good for it. Stop talking to me. You've got a problem, right? And if it's a compelling story because he's a productive player, right? Even if you look, I mean, come on, let's just call it what it is. Terry Rozier had more DMPs than Bonnie Blue, okay? Let's just call it what it is. So, so
hello?
Actually, yeah, right. Is this mic on? But
if anything, Bonnie Blue was more of a Cal Ripken, in there for every game. But that's that's behind that's another show. That's Daily Tip After Dark.
No, that's not. It would be Daily Just the Tip. So, but the point being is this. Malik Beasley does not need to be in scenarios where his potential issues with gambling are set off. Keep in mind, we've been talking Detroit. We've been talking about the barber in Milwaukee. The investigation stems from when he was playing with Minnesota. So, it's like, okay, now we've got a multi-state issue. And if we've got a multi-state issue, it's like the gambling version of the Mann Act. This dude is just taking bad habits across state lines and just saying, take that, take that, take that. Okay, that's wrong. But my point being is Malik Beasley, as you say, needs to get help first. He's clearly not a bad team. Well, I don't know. Some of these videos people are rolling out where the ball's right in his hands and it just goes out of bounds. I'm not saying that that's what it is.
These videos are not. They're not.
They're not.
They're exonerating him, if you will. That one where I think he was with the Wolves. They were down by 12, 15 points, and he grabbed the rebound.
Yeah, the number was 9, and they were down by 7. The number was 8, and they were down by 7. And he just sprints down the court and does a layup at the end of the game to cover the number.
And everybody's like, "Where are you going, man? What are you
doing?"
It's
practice. It's practice. It's practice in the NBA that once the game is over, you just dribble it out. The game is over. It stops here. But this dude sprinted down the court like you can see in his eyes. I can make it down there in 4 seconds.
So
it's not funny, but it doesn't help. It doesn't help. It doesn't help. It's almost kind of like Bonnie Blue's future husband not knowing that she wasn't just the secretary in a previous life.
No, no over-unders there, please. Whenever we do with that. So we talked about Malik. So Malik Beasley plays in the NBA next year, yay or nay?
This coming season or the following season?
This coming season. 25-26.
No. And the reason being is well, I mean, I can handle my liquor. No, but look, here's why I say no. And it's not so much because of what we're talking about, is because now that he's in a sporadic situation. And what we talked about earlier on the show, if you missed it, play the Odyssey app, is a lot of this deals in props. And if Porter's younger brother, I can't remember his name, the one that got the ban, this is a guy that, Jonte, he got no playing time, so why is there a prop bet on him when you don't play? This is the guy. So you'd hate to have Malik Beasley in there in mop-up time. like I would rather have him in there in regular rotation. It's like Malik Beasley's entered the game. It's just like, oh, boys, get your betting slips out because it's about to be fire. You don't want Malik Beasley in there, allegedly. You perhaps would not want Malik Beasley to be in there in spot end-of-game situations where things can turn.
Under 2 minutes, Malik is not in the game. Out. Actually, put a locker room.
They have security come take him off the bench right when 2 minutes hits. They walk him to the bench.
Graham,
I mean, it's not funny, but if that's why I would really say no, is because if these allegations have teeth to them, where they would be most dangerous is, okay, team he's on, is minus 13.5 and we're up by 10. Bro, why are you calling for the alley-oop? Why are you shooting that three?
Amazing. But you know what? Again, I've said this before. This thing needs to be regulated and legalized in all 50 states to avoid this kind of concept. And you know what? You catch those red flags. All right, July 4th, food. That's what we do. You eat, I eat, we all eat. What are you eating tomorrow? We'll get into that next. Come on, baby.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
amateur either.
This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, round of the third and heading home. Final hour here on the Daily Tip with Casey Carson. I am merely Jim Rodriguez. Happy you're along with us on the day before 4th of July. Having a lot of fun here. What we've talked about? Off-the-menu items. We've talked about, I think we got some Diddy in there. We got some Bonnie Blue. We got Malik Beasley. We got, go back, go to the Odyssey app, check it out. Maybe put on a headphone so you don't, grow it when you're on the train or on the, in your car.
Especially when Jim was doing all that blue talking around the Blue Jays. I was just like, if there's anything else, I just threw in something else blue. Oh, yeah. I had something, my mouth opened like Spanky. I was just like, whoa, he say that.
I'm just a man of the people. Give them what they want. Yeah. We're giving you what you want here. And tomorrow, 4th of July, so the question is, what are you eating? What are you cooking? What is your, and I mean the collective you, for all our viewers, listeners, content users, everybody here on our Odyssey app and YouTube channel. What are you doing for 4th of July tomorrow? So, KJ, we'll start with you. You don't want anybody near you. You don't want to feed anybody. You don't want to cook. You're just an ogre. What's going on with you? Get out of the house.
That's what I told you I would do. I said I'd go to somebody else's house and eat indoors. I just don't like having a lot of people in my house. And that's why I don't cook out at my house, even though I have all this palatial palace back behind me, sprawling acres and woods upon woods. I mean, I'm kind of scared to cook in this backyard you see behind me because I purposely don't have it fenced in so wildlife can just join the party. Take your chance, deer. I got me a little bow and arrow. We have a little venison party. But, everything runs through here. Deer, fox, cats. I'm even trying to warn the rabbits, like, hey, don't hang out in my backyard. I don't want to be like, they massacred my boy. So I don't want that in my backyard. Like, I'm a peaceful man. Just keep the violence out of my backyard. So that's the other reason why I wouldn't cook out in my backyard is because it's fully exposed to the woods. And because once you start burning meat that's dead, it attracts live animals, so that's the other thing. I don't know if you ever noticed, they'll be like, someone's not only doing the hunting for me, they're cooking it. I like it medium well, as I show up, says the fox. So that's another reason why my backyard isn't really conducive. And, putting up a fence means that I got to do more work than I need to, so I'm not going to put up a fence just so that way I can entertain people in my
That's when you have people, KJ. You got people.
I got people to do what? Oh, you mean you're talking about like the hookups? No,
man,
nah.
I got people. I got kids. That's what we do. It's summer. Let's go.
Yeah, but my kids. I mean, I have a kid that's not super mobile, so outside in the backyard is not like. What's really neat about having just woods is I can go into my backyard and take my 9-iron and practice my lofting, my 9 and my wedge, and I practice lofting into the woods with like dead balls, but I make sure that I don't get, and it forces me not to hit it too hard so that way my neighbor behind the woods doesn't have a bunch of golf balls in their yard.
I love it. All right, well, Joey Chestnut is back. He's back on Long Island, on Coney Island rather. He's back on Coney Island. He's back. They have gotten rid of the beef between them, and they're back to the beef between the buns.
Another off-menu item.
Are you a hot dog guy? Do you eat hot dogs?
I eat more sauerkraut than I do hot dogs, if that tells you anything. So, no, I'm a hamburger guy. But aren't you thinking the way we are going in society that there is actually going to be a non-gluten portion of the hot dog eating contest? We're becoming so weak as a society. It's like Joey Chestnut against the non-gluten champion, So
first and then
exactly cut off. So I think 4th of July isn't 4th of July without seeing Joey Chestnut out there. I miss the battles. Like now it seems so rare to think that we've only seen a few battles between Kobayashi and Joey Chestnut, and now Joey Chestnut's coming back. And then you're like, well, who comes next? I'm thinking about that really fat rapper that's on the stage with he has the oxygen tank. I forgot his name. One of our listeners would know, but he's a big fat dude and he comes on the stage with an oxygen tank. Like, I want to see, like,
on
dude,
a couch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I want to see like celebrity hot dog eating contests, like rest in peace. But tell me you wouldn't have money on Biggie Smalls, the notorious B.I.G., circa 1996, 97, to win it all in Coney Island.
See,
Brooklyn, stand up.
Brooklyn, stand up. I did a little work. I did a little work with some competitive eating crowd, okay? I knew some people in the competitive eating, okay? The biggest guys don't necessarily win. That's why
he looks good for television.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I want to see Malik Beasley. I want to see Malik Beasley in the hot dog eating contest. See, now we're promoting. We're thinking outside the box now.
Now, you know who would be really good in the hot dog eating contest that's like big time right now? I would probably say someone like Tibbs, Tom Thibodeau at the Coney Island hot dog eating contest. You know what I mean? Like make him stay out there. Yeah, or Carl Anthony Towns be like, "Oh, this hot dog is big," So that would be. I'd like to see Carl Anthony Towns be like, "That's a foul. Stop. That's a foul." That would be fun to see.
By the way,
maybe that'd be interesting to see.
Dave Blunt's was our guy. Thanks to our fearless producer Denton. Dave Blunt's is our guy with the couch and the oxygen tank.
Dave Blunt, that's his name. That's exactly right.
All right, so what's your absolute must here at the cookout? I mean, I'm not a hot dog guy. I'm more of a sausage guy. I'll take some Polish sausage. I'll take some kielbasas. But I'm not really a hot dog guy per se, and I'm certainly not going to put any ketchup on it. I'm not a big carb guy.
So do you do Vienna sausage or just too small? Too small. Yeah. I'm not a hot dog person really at all. Maybe I'll do the kielbasa. I could do the kielbasa on the grill. I like that. I like the hot dog. I like the sausage that splits and then the juice comes oozing out and then you try and put it on like a king size bun with maybe some mustard. I don't do ketchup. I don't like ketchup that much, but I can always do the cheeseburger. I like to do fish. I like when they pull out the side thing of the grill of the fried fish, dipping it in. So do the fish. So give me a cookout. Give me a plate give me cheeseburger. Give me a well designed big sausage. Give me some fried fish.
Well designed big sausage. Not just any run of the mill.
The bigger the hook, the better. Because I mean, that's the idea. Like the one that just barely fits in the bun, and then give me some chips, like Doritos, and mix them like with some regular potato chips. Give me a little bit of coleslaw, but that's not sweet. Give me some baked beans. Give me some baked beans. I'll do a salad, a little garland salad with some tomato on there. Got to have the cucumber so I can stay cool. And then I like the fruit assortment. So like if you got a fruit tray where I can do melons and grapes, maybe some cut up apples and some oranges for the hydration and be able to stay cool. That's my ideal. A little highbrow to it with a little fruit, little Romanesque, if you will, feed the man grapes. But yeah, I like the fried fish, the big sausage, and I like the cheeseburger and chips.
Well, I'm in Miami, so my wife all of a sudden she is the cook in this family. She makes the best baked beans that you've ever eaten in your life.
It is the 2020s, and you can touch a stove or a grill. Hello.
No, not me. I mean, you know what leaders do. You know what leaders do? They get.
Oh my God! They let other people. Give other people to shine. What a way to destroy every leadership.
Leaders get out of the way and let people do what they do best. What am I going to be there? What am I doing there? No. I got cigars and pools to take care of. No.
Oh
so what we do Wifey loves the beans. She makes great baked beans. Now she's doing brisket. She just told me brisket's on the menu tomorrow, which is, I thought we were going to do lobsters because we usually do lobsters on 4th of July. Put that on the grill, a little lemon on it. Now we're talking.
But that's not like the whole idea about eating food off the grill. It's supposed to fill you up. It's supposed to kind of just make you stay still. Like a lobster is kind of like a delicacy, like there's no cheese. You don't put that's the whole idea. You're supposed to melt something on top of something. You put cheese on a lobster? Oh, I was going to say, why would you put cheese on a lobster? Yeah.
Drawn butter on there, you can put some stuff on there.
Yeah, but I'll put it this way. Are you still hungry after you eat that lobster? Are you still hungry?
What? It's a big lobster.
So now it's the lobster size. Okay, so we went 400 miles off the coast of Miami to bring in what we're going to cook for dinner tonight, right? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, how big is the yacht, Jim? How big is the yacht? Huh?
No. It's merely a rental. It's merely you know what they say, the best day in a man's life is when he buys a boat. The second best is when he sells the boat. So
you're very much works. True. Yeah, but you can't you can't do a cookout without having some type of burned meat. Like that's the idea, burned meat, hearty stuff.
We're gonna do the brisket. We're gonna do the brisket.
Okay,
but
brisket.
You gotta have potato salad.
Okay, well, who's making the potato salad? That's why I didn't put it up there because every potato salad is not the same. Everyone is not.
It's wifey's concoction, and there's always and then the spicy green beans.
Why vegetables? Who wants vegetables like that on? Like a salad should be enough.
With
vegetables
with bacon in it, some bacon in it, some garlic, and some spicy, some spicy pepper flakes inside those green beans. Oh yeah, come on,
bro. That's
lobster.
Bro, that's barefoot Contessa stuff. I'm talking about what I can go cook barefoot and contest whether I need to eat more or not. If I've gotten stuffed on cookouts, you're talking about plates. You were talking about design, and I blame you, J-Rod, because if you were the one on the grill, you would be putting manly, hearty food on there. Your wife is great at the presentation. I'm sure the food tastes great, but the grill is about stuffing charcoal in there, putting a big ass flame up there, throwing burgers on there, rolling the hot dogs, grab a condiment, sit. Do you guys use paper plates or regular plates?
No, we use paper plates. We use paper plates.
How do you eat lobster on a paper plate? How do you eat brisket on a paper plate?
It keeps us grounded.
You double up on the Dixie plates. We stacked 4 Dixie plates just for one person.
It's what I tell my son. It's what I tell my son when he's eating his lobster. You're from the streets. Remember that. Remember where you came from. You're from the streets.
Remember. Right, exactly. We haven't always had it this good, But yeah, it's got to be cooked meats, man. If you don't have cooked meats, not filleted meats, cooked meats.
I'm the guy that the burgers that I'm making, you're going to be tasting the burgers from the last grill, with the burgers from this grill.
That's okay. I mean, what seasoning? I mean, it might be sick, but but still, the seasoning will probably be pretty good. They sell grill scapers. They sell grill scapers.
On 4th of July, little tomahawk.
What's a tomahawk? I'm not familiar.
A tomahawk. It's literally it's a bone. It kind of sticks out, and then you have the whole meat. It's kind of like this, So you got.
Oh, isn't that called prime? Oh, it's called a tomahawk. But okay, so what do they call that? Isn't that like a lamb chop? Lamb is good on the grill.
Tomahawk is the way to go, and then you put a big dab of butter on it, and then some garlic, and let that all cook up.
I've not even heard you talk about like rolling up a patty in your hand, or anything like that, or
rolling up a patty in these hands. In these hands?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Look,
no.
Jay, I love you dearly, but don't ever invite me to your cookout. I tell you, give your wife my regards already.
Hawks? You don't want potato salad? You don't want spicy green beans?
I want a burger.
I mean,
it's a cookout. Like, think about it. Just take yourself back to July 3rd, 1776. Okay, hey, fellas, we're about to sign this document tomorrow. Anybody bring lobsters in from the harbor? No, shut up. We just killed this cow in the field where my brother's laying dead over there. We're having hamburgers, and you're talking about fishing out a lobster? Practicality, Rodriguez. Practicality. That's what
we don't believe it. We don't believe in any of that. Listen, NFL season is here. Tomahawks, win totals. We got some surprises for you. He's KJ. I'm J Rod. Let's fire up the grill. We'll be back here on the grill.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
commercial break.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Tomahawk Thursday here on the Daily Tip. Ready for 4th of July. We're winding down these 3 hours. Hey, if you missed any part of this, hit us up here on the Odyssey app. Get the rewind feature, see all the stuff, all the bets. We still got plenty more bets to tell you about what we like going on for today. But, KJ, what makes the world go round? The NFL. And it's never too early to be talking NFL. And it's never too early to be talking about, NFL futures. And obviously there's a lot going on. Every day now we're starting to get some trades. The Steelers have been in the news for Aaron Rodgers, trading for Jalen Ramsey. So let's get into some futures here with you, KJ. So talk to me about, give me your top 3 win totals for the 2025 season. What do you like?
Win totals. I do like the Patriots to go over 8.5. I think that number is going to fluctuate because I haven't seen a line addressing 9 or 10. So it goes from 8.5 to over 10.5. With what the Pittsburgh game plays a big factor in that number, right? So when that number first showed up, it kind of had like, hey, look, what are we looking at in terms of the schedule, how it plays out? And you'd say, okay, I can see 11 games in there. But now that Aaron Rodgers is actually there, they've made additional moves on defense. That Pittsburgh game is the second game of the season. So where I thought this might be a game that the Patriots could steal as they were figuring things out, as Aaron Rodgers start to grow with the team, now there's a part of me that feels like I may come off of that over 8.5, just because now that puts it in question of can the Patriots win 10? And if I'm asking, could they win 10, I've only got room for error that gets me to 9. So if there's a number that I'm looking at, it's over 9.5 is at plus 175 at BetMGM. So it puts you kind of in this purgatory area where that 10 number has now moved into place. That's a win total that I'm definitely looking at. And then I'm also going to keep an eye on the win total for the under for New Orleans, which I think sits at about 4.5. And that we talked about Archie Manning earlier in the show. I think part of that under number is Archie. So the Saints under 3.5 at plus 250. So under 7.5 is there's no value. So not only do they think this team is not going to win 7 games, but even winning, maybe winning 4 games is where they are. I think they probably finish under. I would say, under 3.5 at plus 250. I'd be tempted to go at under 3.5. I could see them winning 3 games.
That's curious. I mean, that new coach, they're not too happy, and it's tanking for Arch, right? That's going to be the idea.
Oh yeah, well, for sure. I think that's all in.
Well, the thing that jumps out at me, and I've already made this bet, is the Washington Commanders under 9.5 wins.
What?
And I know it's going to sound, yeah. I listen. They play in the NFC East, which okay. I get you the Cowboys and the Giants, but there's still two with the Eagles there. They're playing the AFC West. They're playing the NFC North. Those are all tough games. I'm not saying they're going to fall off a cliff. I'm not going to say that they're 5-12, but I could see them going 9-8. I think there's going to be a regression in Washington. I think Cliff Kingsbury, and the no socks and the cool and Jane Daniels and everything like that, all that cool stuff. I think we're going to see a regression. 12 wins, they were over their skis with that, and they're good, and they were a win away from the Super Bowl. But I see them 9-8. I like, especially at even money at BetMGM. I'm going under 9.5 Commanders.
Wow, that's bold. I mean, because think about it. You probably say they win 2 against the Giants. They win 1 against the Eagles. They probably win 2 against the Cowboys. I think they win 2 against the Cowboys. So right there's 5 wins just there. And then you talk about the AFC West. Well, San Diego.
Wait. 5 wins. 2 against the Eagles. What do they do against the Eagles? 1-1?
No. 1 against I say they win 1 against the Eagles, 2 against the Giants, 2 against the Cowboys.
You think they beat the Cowboys twice?
I think they beat the Cowboys twice, and I think they beat the Giants twice. So there's 5 wins. I think what we're so used to saying about the NFC East, and it's changing, it's starting to look very much like the AFC East, right? Where there's clearly a 1 team and then there's a 1A team. And that's what we're looking at. So this isn't like the old NFC East where you're thinking they'll split one. No, the Giants are a team that you can beat twice. The Cowboys, I hate to say this, well, I don't hate it, but they are a middling team that you feel like they're not in the conversation with Washington and can lose 2 games to Washington. Only the Cowboys and the Giants are the ones that might split their series. Like the Cowboys might lose 2 to the Eagles, 2 to Washington, split and then split with the Giants, or may beat the Giants in both games. So that's how the NFC East shakes out. But if you're telling me they're going to have 5 wins and we haven't even stepped outside their schedule, they're going to get they're going to get one of the weaker teams in these other conferences as well. So that's the other thing. They could get 5 wins across another. So that would be 6. So out of 6 games against their conference rivals, they could win 5 of them. So that means there's still another 10 games for them to only have to get 5 wins. 11 games. It's a 17-game season.
Yeah, I just think the NFC North is going to be real tough. A lot of good teams there. You know, a lot of even the Bears. Even the Bears are better. AFC West. You know, the Chiefs.
We said that last year. We said that last year about the Bears. Yeah, I mean the AFC West. You have a good argument. The AFC West because Denver is no longer the bottom feeder. The Chargers are the team you don't know who necessarily shows up. The Raiders are the Raiders, right? You get to the NFC North. Yeah, we can talk about Baltimore. We can talk about Cincinnati, but there is also Cleveland, and there is and you don't know what you're going to get from Pittsburgh. So again, I just can't see how they don't win.
We're playing the NFC North. So
the NFC North.
It's the Lions. Sorry. It's the Vikings and the Bears.
Vikings don't scare me. So I'm not worried about the Vikings, right? Because the Vikings were paper champs. I mean, think about it. The Vikings were a heartbeat away from winning, from being the number 1 seed, and they showed you exactly who they were in the last 2 weeks of the season. So the Vikings don't concern me. The Bears,
Vikings are look good on Cavaliers of the NFL, right? Is that that's the best way to do it? The Vikings are the Cleveland Cavaliers of the NFL.
Yeah, that's a very good cross-pollination there. So, yeah, again, I think Washington is built better for these teams that are the second tier, even in a good division. Like I would say, hey, if you put the Commanders in the NFC North, where do you think they would finish? 1-2, right? There'd be a battle for 1-2. So I don't think they would. Green Bay may be a fight, but that's a fight they could win. I don't think Minnesota's an issue because J.J. McCartney this is really now his rookie season. So you don't know what you're going to get, and you saw what you got with Sam Darnold. So, again, 10 wins I think is a fair number because even though that's still 2 wins off of last year, a 10-7 Washington team sounds much more realistic than a team that's 9-8. I just don't see them going 9-8.
And I wait to have this conversation with you right around January, February of next year. It's going to be great.
Is that when the cigars are finally coming?
No. Listen, the cigars will be in the mail. It's a holiday weekend, so they'll be there Monday. They're on the way Monday. The Texans, the Houston Texans. How about over 9.5 wins? Even money at BetMGM.
Over 9.5. Ooh.
AFC South. AFC West, NFC West. AFC South, NFC, AFC West.
Right, just that same thought process that I was saying about with Washington winning all their games, but maybe one in their own conference. You're talking about Houston that may win all of its games against its conference foes. The two against Tennessee, the two against Jacksonville, the two against Indy. I would even find myself hard pressed to say they would even split a game with any one of those teams in their division. So that's 6 wins right there. So now they've got to find 4 more wins across the rest of the league for the rest of the out of 11 games. So yeah, so 4 to get 4 more wins out of 11 games, absolutely. That's how I do the math with these over unders.
I'm just shocked that it was an even money because I was expecting minus 115, minus 101, but to get even money on it, thank you very much. All right,
yeah.
Here now, I'm getting into the tall grass here. Apparently, I was feeling myself when I was doing my research here.
That's why you shouldn't cut your grass with shorts on. I'm sorry.
Easy. Christian McCaffrey, Offensive Player of the Year. 18-1.
Oh. No, I think this year it's going to be a receiver. It's going to be a receiver or Saquon. What Saquon did last year kind of is like this new watermark. So if you're going to tell me Christian McCaffrey is going to have Saquon Barkley last year, absolutely. But then I will show you a Christian McCaffrey with continuing surgeries. I'll put it this way. What is it, though this is not a thing that you can bet on, over under 12 and a half games Christian McCaffrey plays, right? So that's the other part of it. So at 18-1, I can see why he's well on the outside.
There's a reason why it's 18.
Right. I'm thinking it's someone maybe like Jamar Gibbs, maybe even Derrick Henry on a resurgence, right? If Derrick Henry rushes for 2,000 yards, right? Because keep in mind, he rushed for what, 1,700 last year, and Lamar Jackson I think was at 900 and something. If you have another season like that where say his number goes up to 1,800 and Lamar Jackson is at the 700s, Derrick Henry, that's what's going to take away from him. So if there's somebody on the outside, if we're looking at it in that regard, I don't see how you get further than Justin Jefferson at 14-1. I don't think it gets. I think once you get past 14-1, we're not really talking about any real candidate unless Jaden Daniels pops in to the conversation.
Would you take McCaffrey comeback player of the year at 4-1?
Yes, because he doesn't have to do as much, and because there's not as many prolific weapons with the 49ers. They're kind of in this kind of subtle rebuild. If he can help this team win the NFC West, which I think is really still very highly possible, let's just say they go 10-7, win the division. He rushes for maybe 1,100 yards. He's comeback player of the year. If he gets over 1,000 yards, he'll be the comeback player of the year.
All right, here's going to get even more interesting for you.
Okay.
Coach of the year, 14-1. Pete Carroll. Remember,
no.
I'm not saying they're going to win the Super Bowl. They go 7-10, 8-9, maybe put up a little run at the end. Get some play from Geno. Genti turns out to be Rookie of the Year. 7-8 wins. Here we go. Pete chopping that 14-1.
I think Vrabel is the guy. Only because there are things that lay out for the Patriots. I mean, keep in mind the Patriots are coming off of a horrible 4-win season last year. Vrabel, look, at 7.5-1, that's still a juicy enough number, but if you're looking for like a way out there, what if it's Sean McVay? Because the Rams could win that division. The Rams have been in the playoffs. You've got Devontae Adams out there now. Let's say you get a last hurrah from Matthew Stafford and you make enough noise where, like, let's just say they win the division and maybe they win 12 games. And now you say, okay, Sean McVay at what, 22-1? So he's somebody I would consider. And then I don't know. That's probably, like, again, like Vrabel at 7.5-1. I think that's a juicy enough number to lay down and get some return, because that number is only going to come down as the Patriots win games. These other guys, their numbers are going to go up even as the season goes along.
I'll leave you with this. The Steelers will lose in the first round of the playoffs. Plus 360. At BetMGM.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers might have checked out by then.
I already made that bet. All right.
Yeah, you go.
We're going to wrap it up on the Daily Tip. He's KJ. I'm J-Rod. Our best bets for the day. We'll leave you on a high note.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
I always am.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, final segment. Time to make that money here on the Daily Tip. I'll tell you what, it's been a magic carpet ride, KJ Carson, these 3 hours.
I am loving the great value regulators that we just came in. Like, that is the great value version of regulators right there. I was just like, wow.
It's like instead of Michael, anybody, right?
Instead of Michael McDonald singing the hook, it's Michael McDowell. Because, at the end of the day, they have the golden arcs. We have the golden arches. They say you should never talk about the bumper music and stuff like that, but it's like great value.
Why not? I think we should.
It's deregulators.
I think we do.
Now the song.
Anytime there's Michael McDonald involved. You don't know.
Oh yeah, because it's regulators on Temu, right? because that's a yacht rock guy, and you're going to be having lobsters and brisket for July 4th. I mean, you might as well tell me that you're going to have a Cross marathon. You ride like the wind.
No, not Christopher Cross. No, Michael McDonald.
Well, he's in the song. He's the one that says, "Got so far to go to make it to the border of Mexico." Michael McDonald is in that song.
I love it. I can't get enough of him. I cannot get enough of him easily. All right, so listen, I've been finalizing my numbers here, trying to get to the stuff. It's best bets. Let's get after it.
Time to place your bets.
Production value, my friend. Production value here.
Great value, not great value production. Great production value.
All right, KJ Carson, you in your palatial estate. Tell you what you need to do. You need to fly me in on your PJ, KJ, and down to you're like the Bezos wedding. That's what your house is. All right. Nothing can have a no-fly zone over your backyard.
Well,
you bring me in, and I will cook for you. I will be your chef, my friend.
Well, if that's the case, then this place needs a lot of cosmetic work. If it's the Bezos level estate, I don't know. Sorry about that. Peace to Lauren Sanchez or Larry Sanchez, depending who you ask. I'm kidding.
You know what I've always thought about Lauren Sanchez? Before we go any further,
yeah,
listen, and no. I grew up in LA. I live in Miami now. I've lived in Miami for like 12 years, but I grew up in LA. And Lauren Sanchez is an LA person. She was a on-air personality in LA for a long time. And Tony Gonzalez, Hall of Fame tight end of the Chiefs, is her baby daddy.
That's right. Good gracious! Because I used to live in Kansas City. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Right. So again, no hate. Well, Lauren Sanchez is married to Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon. Amazon, Thursday Night Football, employs Tony Gonzalez on the pregame show and their halftime show. Think that's awkward at all? Where Lauren is now Tony's boss by de facto or anything like that? Or
Well, here's what I would say. Watch out, Jeff Bezos. You paid $50 million for your wedding, which means if she leaves, she's going to sue your ass for $1 billion. Your only best bet to recoup your funds is have her around all the time for Thursday night football games, around the production trailer. You've got to set the trap. So, because keep in mind, she doesn't have a child with Bezos. She has a child with Gonzalez. Right. And for any of us who have who have children, knows that there's a point of Mount Everest that you will never forget for the rest of your life. And if it's just hanging around at the production trailer and Jeff is too busy and what am I going to do with my engagement rock on one hand? And the other thing, I'm thinking about how do I climb Mount Everest 1 or 2 more times and see if I can get away with it. And if you're Bezos, it's kind of like, yes, and do it when it's Cleveland versus Seattle. in the most boring game. There they are, kind of, you miss me. Bezos is thinking, this is how I recoup. So it could be a trap. It could be. I'm just saying, Lauren, I would go get another surgery before I would even knock on Tony's trailer. Just too many memories.
All I know is that's got to be the most awkward. Like, I've been married for a long time, and I've always been friends with my exes, but that's got to be weird, right? That Lauren Sanchez, who had a baby with Tony Gonzalez, is now Tony's de facto boss because her husband owns Amazon and Tony's on Amazon doing the Prime stuff. Maybe, it was just weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being petty that way, but meanwhile,
this is how Bezos sells $1 billion.
and that wedding is why all of a sudden my next day Amazon stuff's taking 3 days. So come on, Jeff, get with it. All right, let's go. Best bets for the day. We played the music. Here we go. I'm going to go the over 8.5. Over 8.5. The Blue Jays and the Yankees today. That's minus 110 over at BetMGM. Chris Bassett on the mound for the Blue Jays. Last seven starts, 6.57 ERA. He has stunk on ice. Christian Walker of the Astros against the Rockies. Over 2.5 runs, hits, and RBIs combined. Plus 105 over at BetMGM. He's facing Kyle Freeland, and we talk about Walker. 343 batting average, a couple of homers, 3 doubles against Freeland. And Rhys Hoskins of the Brewers, they're in Queens taking on the Mets against David Peterson. Hopkins, 438, 7 for 16, a couple of homers, 3 doubles. Let's go over 1.5 runs, hits, RBIs, minus 110 over at BetMGM.
I've got one. It's a future, but follow the logic behind it. It may sound crazy, but I've seen a historical perspective where it did happen. My future bet is take the Dallas Mavericks to win the NBA title at 35-1. This all centers around Cooper Flagg, and this is very much like the 80-81 Boston Celtics. I'm not saying that Cooper Flagg will be Larry Bird, but Larry Bird stepped into a situation where he had a Hall of Fame point guard, and they went and got themselves a top-line center to pair next to him when he came into the league, and he won the title in his first year. What Indiana has shown is depth is what's going to get you to the NBA Finals. So if you've got Kyrie, you've got Anthony Davis, you've got these other ancillary pieces, there's no pressure on Cooper Flagg to be the star of that team. And if he can contribute in a way that Bird did in 81, these other veterans can help carry them. It may sound crazy, but I think Dallas right now is the best built team to beat Oklahoma City because their depth is going to have a little more talent than what they have as their talent. So 35-1, take the Dallas Mavericks to win the NBA title because I don't believe it's anybody in the East. Right? We can eliminate the East. So really you're betting to who's coming out the West and they win the title. But there's a very if you're a historian, look at how the 80-81 team was built. You had Nate Archibald as your point guard. You went and got Robert Parrish from Golden State. You made a small trade to get Kevin McHale to come in. They end up winning the NBA title. Bird's second year, I'm sorry. Magic won it the first year. Bird won the MVP his first year. But in that second year. So there's some similarities there between Kyrie, AD, role players very similar that you had with the Celtics, and now coming in as the budding star. 35-1. What's a little sprinkle on that ice cream?
A little pizza and beer money, right? That's it. Why not? What could possibly go wrong?
What could go right? Oh my God, I got him at 35-1.
Listen, this program's going to get a whole lot better now. Let's bring in Kate Constable, right? She's going to be
Thank God. My goodness, this thing was horrible for 3.5
We've been off the rails for a while, young lady. So how are you, Kate? What's going on the show?
Those are the best shows when everything kind of goes off the rails. You guys got to give yourself a little bit more credit.
I just put it on the time card. That's the credit I'll take for it.
Yeah, that's good too, KJ. Coming up on the show today, We're going to touch off the top. Clayton Kershaw reaching 1,000 Ks. We are going to talk to Joe Osborne for today's MLB card. He'll give us some picks. Justin Perry will join us to talk Knicks. They now have a head coach. That's exciting. We'll see kind of what that or how that has shaken up, if at all, the market for next year's NBA title. And then also we're breaking down the hot dog eating contest. How many hot dogs do you think you guys could put down? 10 minutes.
I would take the under with me. I would take the under with me because I don't like hot dogs. I don't like.
Oh, interesting.
I'm not a big carb person to begin with.
Okay.
So
put me in. If it's buffalo wings, get out the damn way. So yeah. I think we need to get away from hot dogs and make it a buffalo wings eating contest. That's more interesting. You can have analysts of the flats versus the drums. I mean, you can really, we can talk about it with a hot dog. Yeah. Lemon pepper, right? Like challenge them up a little bit. You can make it spicy. Yeah. Dry rub. I think that's where we're heading to in terms of developing content in eating.
The future of eating contests. There you go. I like it.
How many hot dogs for you, Kate? How many could you put down?
How dare you ask her that? Might as well ask her how old she is.
I could put down probably, in 10 minutes, I think I would start slowing down by like 4, which is crazy.
4?
Crazy being number, Joey Chestnut eats 71 and I could barely get 4 in 10 minutes. That's where I'd set my line at.
Ooh. You're a better human than me, my friend.
How many wings?
I just look at a hot dog and I'm like,
yeah, but how many wings could you do in 10 minutes?
You give me an ice cream contest, I will crush all of you. I'm a bottomless pit when it comes to ice cream.
She's done 4 liters already. She's on 4 liters, and it's only 2 minutes.
you give me some shrimp. You give me some nice peel and eat shrimp. I will devastate all of you.
He's so highball.
All of you. That's Kate Constable. She's coming up next over at BetSweats. Have a great show. We'll be watching.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Well, let's get it going. It's Bet Sweats live, coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable in for Joe O and Sammy P today. It was a big night last night in L.A. We'll get to it in just a moment. Speaking of L.A., the Lakers, they may have done something good. I don't know. We can debate whether we think it's a good move or not. The Knicks, they definitely did something. Is that the answer to their years-long drought? We'll get into all of that. Justin Perry of Shot Quality Bets going to join us to talk Knicks as well. Joe Osborne on today's show to talk MLB as well. Somewhat limited slate, only 10 games, but we've got plenty to talk about from yesterday as well. You can watch this first hour right there on the Stadium app via the Bally Sports Live app, or on YouTube. BetMGM Network is what you search to watch the show. Morning, Kate. I saw you fell asleep last night, probably while watching Clayton Kershaw's start against the White Sox, with some Wrigley Field dogs laying next to you in bed, which didn't seem odd at all.
Good morning, Chris. What a way to start the show here.
Yeah.
You know, who doesn't like a Wrigley Field dog at 10:30 p.m.? I mean, sometimes you need to be full to get a good night's sleep. So my husband, he's done this since college as a little side gig. He's a beer vendor at Wrigley.
Yes.
So sometimes he's selling beer, sometimes he's selling hot dogs. And one time I told him, I said, bring me home a hot dog. And this was an afternoon game, bring me home a hot dog for dinner, something like that. So he gets home at like 10 and he throws 2 hot dogs on the bed because I'm about to go to sleep. And he's like, I brought you home some dogs. Like, I don't want these hot dogs. It's 10:30.
Sure you do.
What are you doing?
Come on. It's 4th of July weekend coming up, Kate. And we're going to talk about the hot dog contest in a couple minutes towards the end of the first hour here on Bet Sweats. But, I mean, why not get in the spirit at whatever it was, 10:30 at night?
He was not pleased with me that I didn't want to eat them. He was, like, so annoyed that I didn't want to have, as if it was like a big lift for him to bring home 2 hot dogs. Because he comes home in his little uniform too, with like, the pouch where the vendors keep the money and everything. So he whips these hot dogs out of the pouch. And I'm like, dude, come on. Can I just go to bed? I got to get up early. Like,
there are so many different directions we could go with this, many of which would probably get us pulled off the air on some of our Odyssey affiliates across the country. He saunters into the bedroom late at night in his uniform.
Whips out the hot dogs.
Whips out a couple wieners. Okay. All right. We're going to stop there.
Oh, man.
Plenty of baseball to talk about today. But let's start with last night in L.A. Clayton Kershaw gets his 3,000th K. We talked about it yesterday. He struggled throughout this start. He really did. He mentioned it after the game. His patented slider was not on. He had a lot. I want to say something like a dozen, maybe more, 2-strike counts that he was having trouble finishing off early. The White Sox got an early lead on him and then blew it, as the White Sox will do. The Dodgers end up storming back in the 9th to score 3 and win this thing 5-4. But the big story, obviously, Kershaw's strikeout on his 100th and final pitch of the game. Appropriately enough, a backdoor slider to get Vinny Capra looking. He's just the 20th pitcher all time with 3,000 strikeouts. Only the 4th lefty. He joined some very elite company there. And, I mean, this really is Kershaw. They mentioned it on the Dodgers broadcast last night, which I happen to be watching. Kershaw doesn't want to talk about being in the twilight of his career, but he is. The physical limitations that he's suffered through over the last several seasons. When he's laboring, you can tell. He was struggling last night, but he finished strong. And, this is a guy who right now, I mean, instant lock Hall of Famer. That's not a question. who may be the last pitcher we see get to 3,000 Ks, given the way starting pitchers are used these days, Kate, for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 20 that have ever done this. And like you said, with the way things are going right now, who is next on the list that could reach this mark? I'm not sure there's anyone that's active right now that could get there.
I mean, Garrett Cole would have to bounce back in a big way from his Tommy John, I think, to show us that, he can find sort of a final third of his career, a final era to his career. That's a possibility that springs to mind. But yeah, you look at some of the young up-and-coming arms who are dominant now, Tarek Skubal, Paul Skeens, obviously. And Skubal would have to – I mean, the thing about 3,000 strikeouts is you got to be going 200 innings a year, bare minimum.
Yeah.
And pitching to get strikeouts. Like, you can't be one of these workhorses who averages 3-4 strikeouts a game. Your pitch counts go up. In this day and age, again, you probably get pulled before the 6th or 7th inning at the latest when you're up over 100 pitches. It really is, I think, maybe one of the last guys we see hit this number for years because just the way starting pitchers are used these days.
And with the pitch clock now, I wonder what that has done or will do to strikeout numbers. I mean, we saw a lot more injuries over the last year or so, and I know those weren't necessarily attributed to the pitch clock, but maybe we see number of pitches come down or guys not lasting quite as long, like the longevity of it. We only have, so much of a sample size right now, but that I feel like will play a role in impacting the number of strikeouts guys have, just how long they're going in games because they're not getting that as long of rest as maybe they want or were used to in between pitches because of the pitch clock and having to throw a little bit faster. That's going to take a toll on a lot of these pitchers in the long term when you're talking getting to 3,000 strikeouts.
Yeah, and that was immediately preceded. The good news, Dodgers win 5-4. Like I said, a 3-run comeback in the bottom of the 9th over the White Sox. The Kershaw strikeout, but it was immediately preceded by a little bit of a scary moment at Dodger Stadium for their fans. Max Muncy, who's been on fire for the last month, hit .333 in June with 7 home runs, injured in a collision while applying a tag on Michael A. Taylor trying to steal third base. Dodgers are hopeful it's just a sprain, but he's going to have an MRI later today. Look, it's the Dodgers. No one's playing any sad violins for them. They throw Kike Hernandez out there. But Muncy had really turned it around in the last month. So if he's out for any length of time, that is something to keep an eye on for you DFS players, for your fantasy people who may have Muncy, and just for the Dodgers lineup in general.
Yeah, I mean, he is 4th in WAR for the Dodgers right now. This is a team that's dealt with a lot of injuries this season, most of them to the pitching staff. But again, Dodgers, like they're going to have someone to fill that hole. They're probably not going to skip too much of a beat and be fine, but it is a little concerning for fans just with how many injuries that they have had to deal with this season. And we're just at the halfway point right now.
We'll get to the other news out of LA yesterday, DeAndre Ayton in just a second, but other MLB notes worth mentioning. The All-Star starters were named, and that included 5 first-time starters on the AL side and another 4 first-time starters on the NL side. Cal Raleigh, big dumper, who we talked about yesterday with Kratzy, Gleyber Torres, Jacob Wilson, Ryan O'Hearn, Riley Green on the AL side, Will Smith of the Dodgers, Francisco Lindor, Pete Crow Armstrong, and Kyle Tucker of the Cubs, rounding out the first-time starters on the NL side. So we'll see how the rest of the subs get filled in, who we're talking about as starting pitchers over the next week or so. But, I mean, some guys who, look, we, again, talked about Raleigh yesterday, but Jacob Wilson, a guy who has caught a lot of people's attention for the A's this year. Of course, his dad, Jack, played for the Pirates for years. Riley Green has had a breakout season for the Tigers in Detroit as a part of their dominance. And then PCA and Tucker in Chicago have been a big part of them finding the offense necessary to succeed this year.
Yeah, I mean, to get 2 Cubs players in is awesome. Francisco Lindor, his first starting bid with the Mets. And then Jacob Wilson to beat out Bobby Witt Jr., who has a lot of credibility in this league. And Wilson being a rookie this year, I mean, that's huge. he's had a phenomenal season, so it makes sense. You can't really argue with it. But clearly, this is the All-Star game. A lot of very strong hitters starting for the AL right now.
We talked about the Brewers and Mets a good bit yesterday because they had that doubleheader, and we talked about Jacob Misiorowski, right? He got roughed up yesterday by the Mets in the nightcap of that doubleheader, gave up 5 earned in just 3 2/3, walked 3, which again, Eric Kratz had mentioned yesterday. He's got to get the walks down. But his fourth start, not nearly as successful as the first 3. He only struck out 2. And those lineup changes that the Mets made, moving Lindor down, Nimmo up to the leadoff spot, seemed to work. Those two combined to go 5 of 9 with 7 RBIs in the second game. They drove in every run for the Mets in the nightcap of that doubleheader.
I just wonder how Misiorowski is going to handle this performance. What's his bounce back going to look like? Is he going to go back to what we saw in his first couple of starts? Talking to Eric Kratz yesterday, he said there's no reason to be concerned about Misiorowski not continuing on this trajectory. Obviously, a couple things to clean up, and sure, every pitcher is going to have a bad start every now and then, but I'm not sure you look at yesterday's start and think, oh, maybe this kid isn't quite as good as we thought he is. Maybe just a bad matchup against the Mets yesterday in a doubleheader too. Second game of a doubleheader. Yeah. I mean, obviously Misiorowski didn't pitch or wasn't involved in the first one, but that's still a lot of baseball to be played in one day.
We'll get into some other notes, some crazy ones out of my backyard in Pittsburgh with the Pirates, who completed a sweep of the Cardinals. When we get into baseball a little bit later and roll through today's card, we'll wrap up some of the look back at yesterday's action. But let's pivot to, like I said, the other news out of L.A. They get their big man. DeAndre Ayton is going to step in as the starting center, bought out by the Blazers just a couple of days ago. He gets a 2-year deal with a player option. Lakers now have the first and third overall picks from the 2019 NBA draft on the roster, including Luka Doncic. Ayton turns 27. He feels so much older. I don't know why. But DeAndre Ayton turns 27 on July 23rd. He averaged 14 points and 10 boards a game while shooting 56% in Portland last season. Is this the answer, you think, Kate? I mean, is this – LeBron already opted in to his option year at $56 million. They've got Doncic, but now the biggest missing piece was somebody in the middle. This isn't maybe the big name that a lot of people expected, but Ayton, I think, serves the purpose of a guy who you can count on for minutes and to get the job done in the middle that they just didn't have last year.
Yeah, I mean, look, DeAndre Ayton is a phenomenal talent. Like, the skills are there. He's a big that can basically defend a point guard. So you can't really do a pick and roll. Like, pick and rolls on him don't exactly work because he can switch. He's a lob threat for Luka Doncic, who Luka loves to play with. It's just getting the most out of DeAndre Ayton on a night to night basis. And maybe this is going to be the spot for him with a player like LeBron James, who isn't going to allow Ayton to coast in some games, because when DeAndre Ayton wants to play, he is really, really good. Really good. It's just the consistency night in and night out. Like when you play I was going to say the Pistons, because they were always the team like who gets up to play the Pistons, but they're actually pretty good. When you play a team like the Hornets or some of those, maybe even like Portland again, some of those bad teams, DeAndre Ayton sometimes doesn't show up to his potential. But double-double in his first 7 seasons, first player since Dwight Howard to do that. Like, it's a good pickup for LA, and one that wasn't really on anyone's radar because no one thought he was going to get bought out by Portland. So, I mean, I almost think the Lakers kind of lucked into this, and they should be counting their lucky stars, because if Ayton hadn't been bought out by Portland, like, who would they be going after right now? Yeah,
the market was pretty thin at that spot. So I agree. It's a good get for the Lakers, and I think one that works as long as Ayton is focused, and maybe LeBron and Luka bring that out of him. On the other side of the country, in New York, the Knicks name Mike Brown, 2-time NBA Coach of the Year, their new head coach, replacing Tom Thibodeau. The question is, how long is the leash in New York? They want instant success. They want their first trip back to the finals in a quarter century. They want their first championship in over 50 years. Mike Brown comes in, 4 rings as an assistant, an ability to help rosters find their full potential, I think, but there's a lot of pressure in New York, Kate.
A lot of pressure in New York. You ask about the leash there. I feel like it's actually going to be a little bit longer, because who else are they going to get? No one wanted to come this year. like, unless there's some firings of and other great coaches around the league after this season, like that would be the only reason. I think maybe or at least I hope maybe the Knicks learned their lesson of maybe wasn't the head coach's fault. I don't know. Like the fact that they struggled to find a head coach for as long as they did makes me think that maybe Brown will have a little bit longer string. Plus, I mean, he's been around the block and has succeeded pretty much everywhere.
Strategically, I think it'll be important to get the Knicks back to playing defense the way they did 2 years ago, which Mike Brown can do. And also, he showed some interesting things on the offensive end of the floor with Sacramento. So does he bring that to New York as well, some of that pace and space? We'll talk about some other coaches. NFL Coach of the Year odds as we continue our summer look at NFL futures. One guy, the clear favorite. Do we like him? That's next on Bet Sweats.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Top of the hour, we'll get back into the conversation about the new Knicks head coach, Mike Brown, with Justin Perry of Shot Quality Bets. 1 hour from now, we take a look at the 10 games on today's MLB slate, and an incredible number that I can't really wrap my brain around totally from one team in Major League Baseball that was left for dead for good reason about 2 months ago and seems to be showing a little bit of life. We'll get into that. Like I said, 1 hour from now, in 20 minutes, Wieners. Sorry, Nathan's hot dog eating contest is tomorrow. The return of Joey Chestnut, a minus 1,400 favorite to reclaim his crown and win his 17th hot dog eating contest in the last 19 years. Yeah, we're actually going to talk about it a little bit anyway. We'll do that in a couple minutes. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is Bet Sweats live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. Wherever you may be in the world, inside your Odyssey app, AUDACY. We're in for Joe and Sam today. And you can watch the show on Stadium via the Bally Sports Live app, always on YouTube as well. Just search for the BetMGM Network. Yesterday, we talked about the offensive side of the ball when looking at NFL futures as we continue to do that throughout the summer. Today, we don't pivot to the defensive side of the ball quite yet. We talk about the guys calling the shots. NFL Coach of the Year odds. There is one very clear favorite, Kate. Obviously, Ben Johnson is the darling of this offseason hiring cycle. He is the favorite at BetMGM at plus 650. You can find as high as 750 in some spots, but very clearly the favorite with Mike Vrabel right on his heels, 9-1. 750 at BetMGM, as high as 9-1 at some shops. I'll just come right out of the gate. Before we get to guys that we like for Coach of the Year, there is one name I dislike more than any other, and it's Vrabel. The Patriots roster, despite having a young quarterback that a lot of people like, is still a disaster. And I know people love the idea of Mike Vrabel going back to New England and turning things around. I'm not with it. I'm sorry. I think that's been way overblown this offseason, Vrabel's impact in New England. I don't see it immediately anyway causing a major shift in New England's fortunes going into this year. Knew they were going to be bad a year ago. I think most of us did. I still don't see them being any better than maybe a 7-win team. You got to have a winning record if you're going to be NFL Coach of the Year. And that's just not going to happen with New England this season. So I immediately strike Vrabel off the list. And we could talk about whether there's any value on Ben Johnson. I think the expectations are pretty high, which could temper a lot of the voting on Ben Johnson by the end of the year. But I immediately cross Vrabel off the list.
Okay, so this question, isn't in regard to Coach of the Year. Do you think Vrabel this season is not going to have success, or in his tenure with the Patriots? Like, do you think 3 years from now, maybe he could be in the conversation for Coach of the Year, but just with this current iteration of their roster, is that more of the reason versus you don't believe in Mike Vrabel altogether?
Well, I don't believe in him as much as some people do. He is a darling, right? Across NFL
people
media.
Love Mike Vrabel.
Love Vrabel, which is great. I don't have a specific problem with Mike Vrabel. I just think he's wildly overrated as a head coach. I think he's good. I'm not saying he's a bad head coach. I just don't think he's the next coming of Bill Belichick, like some people, especially up in Boston, want him to be. And so, again, I look at the roster. They've got a long way to go in overhauling this thing. Look at their receiving core. I mean, Stephon Diggs, we can argue whether we think anything's going to happen there. Mac Hollins is their number 2 wide receiver. Demario Douglas, Kendrick Bourne. There's just not a lot of weapons at Drake May's disposal in this offense. I don't think it's going to be appreciably better than last year. I mean, maybe you get some growth from May, but again, not a lot around him. They didn't exactly go out and light it up in the offseason on the other side of the ball either. So I just think the Patriots are going to struggle again this year. At most, I'll give them 7 wins. At most. But again, you look at the track record of NFL Coach of the Year. yeah, you got to have a winning record. I scroll back through, and I don't see anyone who's ever won the award with a losing record.
Vrabel might be someone to look at next year because you're right. Maybe they have 7 wins this year. One of the criteria of the previous Coach of the Year candidates is making a big jump in wins. Kevin Stefanski in 2023, 4-win improvement. He also had 5 different starting quarterbacks, which was impressive in and of itself. Last year, Kevin O'Connell, a 7-win improvement from 2023. Again, did that with Sam Darnold. So maybe Vrabel down the road next season, after his first year under his belt in New England, then that would be someone to look at. The other thing to look at for Coach of the Year in terms of recent winners is first-year head coaches and what their expectations are and how they do against those expectations. Expectations for Ben Johnson, for the most part, are pretty sky high. Like everyone, talk about Mike Vrabel being a darling. Ben Johnson is the belle of the ball, especially, I mean, I'm here in Chicago, so maybe I'm more biased towards that just because I hear all that chatter. Think back to last year, Chris. Who was the leader at this time for Coach of the Year? It was Matt Eberflus, the Bears head coach. And what ended up happening? He became the first head coach in Bears history to be fired mid-season. Ben Johnson is not getting fired mid-season, but I think at plus 650 to be the favorite right now and to bet on that, not where I want to be going. He could struggle early on. That's a lot of starting head coaches do, despite having a great roster. What we've heard from Bears training camp is like they've been starting from zero, learning how to break the huddles. Caleb Williams working on his footwork. Like that doesn't give me a whole lot of confidence that this team is going to come out of the gate just firing on all cylinders. So I would look further down the board. Here's a name for you that I really like. 14-1, Liam Cohen.
Okay. I thought you were going a different direction. I'll get to my guy in a second.
Okay. Liam Cohen. Trevor Lawrence, what do we know about Trevor Lawrence over his career? Kind of hasn't lived up to those expectations. He's also hasn't had like the greatest coaching situation. Urban Meyer year 1, that was a disaster. Doug Peterson's a good coach, but they still went 22-29 in his tenure there in Jacksonville. So if all of a sudden Liam Cohen comes in and Trevor Lawrence is the Trevor Lawrence that we all expected him to be coming out of college, Liam Cohen's going to look really good. He's a guy who also came up under Sean McVay, offensive mind. He had a ton of success with Baker Mayfield last season in Tampa Bay as the offensive coordinator. Mayfield had career highs there. So I think there is there's some value at 14-1 on Liam Cohen with especially the Jags, Travis Hunter. You know, you have some good pieces there that Trevor Lawrence, if he's coached properly, can succeed.
So you said 14-1 and you saw my eyes light up. I was like, ooh, Kate's going the exact same direction I am. I realize I'm talking about another team that didn't exactly go out and light it up on the defensive side of the ball this offseason, but we're talking about a team that started to put some things together offensively, especially with their young quarterback who everybody was dragging a year ago. I like Dave Canales in Carolina at 14-1, as high as 16-1 in some spots. I think we're going to see a jump by Bryce Young this year. I was a believer in him coming out of the draft and then questioned myself for the better part of a year because Bryce Young looked so bad. But they've started to stack some weapons around him. You know, it's still a backfield that leaves a little bit to be desired with this combo of Hubbard and Dowdle. But they go out and get Ted McMillan. You pair him with Xavier Legette. You've still got the crafty veteran in Thielen. I like the weapons that Bryce Young has at his disposal. I think Canales unlocks some things in him. So if I'm looking for value, again, we're talking about one of the 5 or 6 softer schedules in the league as well in Carolina. I think they've got an opportunity not to make a huge leap. I don't necessarily think they're a wild card team, but I think they're one of those teams that when we get to the end of the season, we're going to be talking about 8, 9 wins. And that's a pretty significant jump over where they were a year ago. And if there's a lot of other teams, you know, you look at the Coach of the Year board, and when you scroll down to try and find more value, you're talking about coaches who have solid rosters, right? You're talking about the Miko Ryans and Andy Reid and Nick Sirianni and John Harbaugh, Sean McDermott. I think this is one of those teams that people are going to look at and go, man, he helped Bryce Young grow. He got to 9 wins maybe without a great defense. I think Dave Canales has a shot, and I like the number at somewhere around 14, 15, 16-1.
So I love that pick, Chris. I had him written down on my board as someone. I still had Liam Cohen ranked for my purpose above Dave Canales, but I can't disagree with any point you just made. And if you think back to last season, like you said, they put together some good games towards the end of it, and Bryce Young really started to come into his own. But also, like, they competed against the Chiefs this year. They lost that game, but that was a close one. They had a lot of really close games that if this season they can turn those into wins and all of a sudden they hit double digits, Dave Canales is going to look really good, especially with the way Bryce Young started his career. Like, we can't forget, he was benched. He was benched at one point last season for Andy Dalton. Like, if you can bring Bryce Young back from that and coach him up and turn that into a successful organization, especially when the Panthers have been so bad for quite some time, he is certainly someone to look at. You mentioned further down the board. Oh, go ahead. You got anything more on that?
Well, no. I think you make, the point about Bryce Young is the most important part, I think. I was going to bring up long shots farther down the board.
Yeah.
It would be somewhat unprecedented to see a guy. I'm going back through past Coach of the Year results. I don't think we've had back-to-back Coach of the Year winner, I think. Technically twice if we count Don Shula finishing in a tie in 1967. Gibbs won it back-to-back years in 82, 83. But if J.J. McCarthy immediately steps in and makes things happen in Minnesota. Look, I've said before, I think McCarthy needs as much seasoning as possible. I may have gone a little off the edge and compared him to Kenny Pickett a couple times, but hey, whatever. If McCarthy, though, if you believe in J.J. McCarthy, because he does have a good offense built around him, he's got a coach in Kevin O'Connell who can maybe help him get some immediate results. I don't necessarily hate the look at the price, 50-1, I think it is. In some spots for Kevin O'Connell to win back-to-back Coach of the Year. I mean, to take the team that was bounced with Sam Darnold at the end of the year, it fell apart, and then find it again this year with a rookie quarterback would be a major accomplishment, and I think would get him a fair number of votes.
Especially being J.J. McCarthy a quote-unquote rookie quarterback. I know this is his second season. He was injured, but can we call him a rookie this year for purposes of it's his first year starting, right? You take a rookie quarterback and win double-digit games with that. Yes, for the price of 40-1, that might be worth a small sprinkle. And I mean, Kevin O'Connell, he already kind of has the reputation of being one of the top coaches in the league. I mean, he won it last year, but if he can sustain that type of success, bringing in another quarterback and doing it again, that would be a fairly solid case for Kevin O'Connell. I want to get your thoughts on this, Chris.
Oh no.
At 25-1, Raheem Morris in Atlanta. I know a lot of people don't, and your face there is like, oh, Kate, you just said that out loud. You're an idiot. But okay.
I'll tell you why I made that face, because he was one of the names down the board that I thought about for a second as well. And I was like, does this make sense? Because I don't know, as Double D sits in the producer's booth shaking his head with his Atlanta Falcons hat on. If Michael Penix Jr. continues to grow at quarterback, you've got Bichon, you've got an opportunity to have some offensive success. In that division, it feels like anything's possible all the time, right? And if Raheem Morris gets the most out of the Falcons, they're a sneaky playoff team. Yeah, I don't necessarily hate that at the price, too.
I also like taking into account some of the mistakes he made as a head coach last year that cost his team some wins, most notably week 17 against the Commanders, not calling a timeout there. Like, if he can get rid of all those tiny mistakes and show that he's grown as a coach, not necessarily just what he's doing on the field, like with the players and their development, but like his development as a head coach in getting rid of all those things, that's probably not something the voters are really weighing heavily. But 25-1, if the Falcons go out, they win 11, 12 games. Michael Penix Jr. looks awesome, and Raheem Morris stops making bonehead decisions at times. I think maybe there's a look for him there.
I do think, and bear with me, you're going to call me a homer, but I do think if the Steelers find more success than anybody thinks, if Aaron Rodgers kind of looks like Aaron Rodgers in more glimpses than we expect this year, and the Steelers somehow finish with 11 wins and challenge the Ravens for the division, I do think there's an argument to be made for Mike Tomlin at 35-1, a guy who has the career that he's had. If he should get his team back to the playoffs again, people are going to argue about the roster and how it's composed. But it might be a bit of a lifetime achievement award that people decide to give him. Hey, you dealt with Aaron Rodgers and you got back to the playoffs again. Yeah, by all means, Coach T. So at 35-1, I'm not saying I'm going to place the bet and that you should, but it's just something to keep in the back of our minds, I think.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if anyone can succeed with Aaron Rodgers at this point in his career, definitely deserves a little luck.
So Kate rolled over in bed last night around 10:30 and landed right on a wiener. That sounded bad.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
okay.
There were hot dogs brought home by her husband. Speaking of hot dogs, the Nathan's contest is tomorrow. We'll talk about it next on Bet Sweats.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Get that wiener out your mouth. What are you doing? It's Bet Sweats, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chris Mack alongside Kate Constable, in for Joe O and Sammy P. Nathan's hot dog eating contest tomorrow. An American tradition like no other. Noon Eastern. Joey Chestnut making his triumphant return after being kicked out of the contest for a year for a deal with a different hot dog company. You can't make this stuff up, but he'll try to win his 17th title in 19 years. We'll get into that in just a second. Top of the hour, Justin Perry of Shot Quality Bets going to talk to us about the Knicks hiring of Mike Brown. Is this what helps the Knicks go from Eastern Conference Finals to NBA Finals, or maybe capture their first title in over half a century? We'll break it down with Justin at the top of the hour. In 38 minutes or so, today's MLB card, there are 10 games out there to talk about, including a former Mets starter going back to face New York. We've also got a really interesting matchup in Seattle. And once again, the Rockies are hosting the Astros. You probably know what direction we're headed there. 1 hour from now, Joe Osborne at Covers.com. We'll talk baseball with Joe and whatever else may come up. Plus, before we wrap up, there's news about an injury, WNBA related, a couple of injuries that we'll share with you that affect things tonight. Plenty to get to today here on Bet Sweats. Be sure you're watching the show on Stadium via the Bally Sports Live app and on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Network. So the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest, Kate, it's tomorrow, as I mentioned, at noon. Joey Chestnut, the prohibitive favorite, minus 2,500 at BetMGM in states where you can find those numbers. He won 16 of the last 18. 71.5 is set as the total, but the winner in this contest hasn't eclipsed that number since Chestnut in 2021 when he ate 76. The record of 83, there are numbers posted on that as well. I want to say like plus 350. Patrick Bertoletti, who was last year's champ with Chestnut not in the competition, is 16-1 at BetMGM. You can also bet on the odds without Joey Chestnut, which makes Bertoletti the clear favorite at minus 165. I'm not going to pretend to know anything about the professional competitive eating strategy of Jeffrey Esper, or James Webb, or Max Stanford, or Nick Wary. I mean, we're talking about one of these two guys. Either Joey Chestnut continues this run of dominance that he's had for the last 20 years or so, or this Bertoletti guy holds him off in Chestnut's return. Either way, it's a hot dog eating contest. I don't know how these guys do it.
Well, Chris, step into my office here because I have studied this all week long, and I feel like I am an expert on the wieners as of now.
Just clip
Joey
that,
Chestnut.
guys. Kate just said she's an expert on the wieners. Clip that.
So, Chris, I talked about this with Joe O earlier this week. Joey Chestnut was on my show on Saturday, The Better Angle, 2 weeks ago.
Awesome.
And he's a friend of the show. So he's been on multiple times. And he talked to us about this upcoming competition. And I actually went back last night and re-listened to the interview. And a couple of the points that he said, weather plays a massive role in this. When it's hot, when it's 80, when it's 85, humid, that's not great hot dog eating weather. He, quote, said 87 degrees are record breaking temps. Now, 76 is the record. You mentioned the 83. That was the Kobayashi Netflix special. Totally different. Joey explained that. Like the casings on the dog. You can't, I get that confused. You can or can't dunk the buns. I don't know. There's something with that. But either way, he's not hating 83. Like that was a totally different. He compared that to like, yeah, well, no, he compared it to like sprinting in the Olympics. You have indoor sprinting and outdoor sprintings. You're going to get drastically different times for that. So, I have been all week saying under on Joey, 71.5. I mean, the last 2 seasons, yes, 2022, he had 63. There were storms. There was a delay. There was also that year, and it maybe have been 2023, where there was the protester that jumped over tried to get to the guys. Like, that's going to screw him up. So I see Joey in the 70s, but 71.5, I wonder if that's going to be a little difficult. In the market where you can bet on things without Joey Chestnut, Patrick Bortoletti, he won last year without Joey, plus 135 this year. He ate 58 last year. That was, I believe, his record. And he's just one of 3 eaters to hit that mark, the other 2 being Chestnut and Kobayashi. So Bortoletti, I think, is probably a pretty good look for the winner without Joey Chestnut at plus 135.
Okay. All right. I didn't think we'd get a legitimate breakdown of this thing, but here we are. I got to ride with the favorite. I wouldn't bet it at that price, what it is for Chestnut, minus 2,500.
165 right now. Oh, for Joey.
Yeah. And Bertoletti at minus 165 without Chestnut, probably, if I'm looking to have a little fun while I'm watching the hot dog eating contest tomorrow, maybe a couple bucks, but, it's not really worth it. I have a legitimate question about the Nathan's hot dog. And here's my question. I was at Hershey Park last weekend. They have Nathan's hot dogs all over the park. The weekend before, we were at a cookout. Some neighbors had Nathan's hot dogs because they swear by them, and they're really good hot dogs. My wife brought some, like the ballpark hot dogs, right? Ballpark hot dogs fit the bun. They are like... I know Joe used this term earlier in the week. They are girthier, right?
Yep. Yep.
Nathan's hot dogs, I guess they're perfect for an eating contest because they're skinny. They're little guys. And so as much as I like a good Nathan's hot dog, give me something with a little more heft, a little more weight, a little more content. I don't know what the hell's in there, but it's a hot dog. I want to know I'm eating a hot dog.
Yeah, you're not going to know what you're eating other than that is a hot dog. That is kind of the MO for hot dogs. But for contests, I think you would want the skinnier ones versus the girthier ones. I feel like easier to, these jokes just write themselves. Like this whole segment is so inappropriately fun. But skinnier ones, especially when you're able to dunk the buns and everything, it's just got to slide down a little bit easier, right?
Yeah, I would think. I will say, we used to, at a place I used to work years ago, we had a wing eating contest. And I saw that, and it's weird. Like, you think of how you like to eat food normally, and you want a good crispy hot dog, you want a nice warm soft bun. They don't care. They just want the stuff to go down their throat as easily as possible. And so, like, it has zero. So at the wing eating contest I was at, they didn't want any sauce. They didn't want, the wing. You like to have a little crisp on it maybe when it gets deep fried. They wanted those things to just, so you could rip them apart, rip the meat off the bone, and go on to the next one. It's something to watch competitive eating. It really is. It's not anything any human should do to themselves. I can't imagine the impact on Joey Chestnut's body for the 24 hours following the hot dog eating contest.
It is repulsive to watch. Like, it is actually so gross. The thing that grosses me out the most is when they get like the bits of the soggy bun and it's like all over their face and their cheeks. Yeah. And it looks like they just barfed everywhere and like they have some left on their face. Like, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, which Joey has told us, like the toll it takes on his body. Back when he was younger, he could be doing this every 3 days or so. Now he has to slow down a little bit more, and he has to prioritize, Chris. This is the nitty gritty of it all. Like the fats that he eats leading into the tournament, the types of protein he's eating leading into the tournament. Like, we have Joey on, and to us, it's funny and like just so wild to like ask him questions about it. But like his responses, he is dead serious. This is a business for Joey Chestnut. He is fully locked in. And he also said that last year, not being able to compete, he kind of felt like he lost. So he's coming back with a vengeance this year. I've been saying all week long, I like the under 71.5. I'm all of a sudden getting a little bit nervous about that take.
So what's the over-under on hot dogs Kate Constable will have this weekend? Various 4th of July festivities.
Yeah. I mean, if you were to give me 10 minutes to do this, it probably would not be very many because I would get full pretty quickly. Throughout a day, I could say probably 4 or 5.
Okay. Because Sean Marash and I did this a couple years ago on 5-Star Weekend, and we kept track of the number of hot dogs we ate at the 4th of July parties we went to. I put away 8 or 9 one time.
That's pretty good.
That's over the course of a full day, though. That's not 10 minutes. Yeah. You know, because we have friends that have a hot dog roller, and there's just a constant source of hot dogs. So you have a beer, you jump in the pool, you have a hot dog. You get in that rotation. But yeah, anything more than that is just the next day you're paying.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't get out of bed the next day, only to go to one specific room in my house, probably. But I mean, if I had to push myself, I think I could get over 5, but I don't really want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't even want your husband's wiener last night when he brought a couple home for you.
No, I did not. Cutoff is 10 p.m. After 10 p.m., I don't want any of that.
So what if there were a competitive eating contest that you could crush at, what would it be? What's the one thing that you could ice cream?
I don't even have to think. Ice cream, Chris. I can put down absurd amount of ice cream. I can easily a pint without blinking. And I'm not talking like the like Haagen-Dazs pints. Those are that's heavy ice cream.
Yeah.
And I can put one of those down. Yeah, not even thinking, not even knowing I just did. So I have eaten half a gallon in one sitting once.
Dear Lord. Talk about stuff that would mess with my stomach. I would feel that for the next couple of days.
Fun.
So are you one of those people when you go to the ice cream shop, do you get, you know how you go to the ice cream shop and you're like, oh, can I get a medium-sized cone? And it's this tall? Like, are you one of those people? Because I go to the ice cream shop and I'm like, give me the kid size.
Oh, no. The bigger, the better. Bigger, the better. Yeah.
Clip that one too, guys, please.
What a way to wrap that up.
It's tomorrow at noon. I'm sure we'll have more hot dog nonsense tomorrow morning when we're filling in for the Daily Tip as well here on the BetMGM Network alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack. Justin Perry of Shot Quality Bets to talk about the Knicks hiring of Mike Brown. That's next.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
We talked about it near the top of the show. The Knicks have their guy. Mike Brown is their new head coach. We'll get into it with Justin Perry of Shot Quality Bets in just a moment here on Bet Sweats alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack in for Joe O and Sammy P here on the BetMGM Network, live coast to coast inside your Odyssey app, AUDACY. Baseball, once we're done with Justin for the rest of the hour, both today's card and maybe talk about some of those all-star starting lineups as well. Joe Osborne of Covers.com will join us at 10:40 Eastern. Third and final hour, we'll get you our lightning bets for today's action and an injury in the WNBA that may affect what you want to do tonight specifically, plus more 4th of July weekend nonsense at the top of the third and final hour as well. But he's a two-time coach of the year. He's got 4 rings as an assistant. Mike Brown is the new head coach of the New York Knicks. As mentioned, Justin Perry of Shot Quality Bets here to talk to us about it. And let's just start at the first question that comes to mind, I think, for most basketball fans, Justin. Is this what they need? Is this, I mean, it feels like a pretty big pivot from Tibbs to Mike Brown. Is this what this team and this roster needs to get over the hump and finally get back to the finals for the first time since '99?
I think it's a good move. I'll start there. First of all, thank you for having me on the show. Always excited to be here, talk a little hoops. Thank you. Big shout out from our team at Shot Quality Bets as well for having us here to talk maybe some of that data. But is it a good move? I think the best move was maybe getting Tom Thibodeau to out. And that's maybe a little bit of a controversial thing to say, but you know, sometimes any change is a good change. And I think the Knicks were nearing that point with their coaching regime. And that's not to say that Thibodeau is not a good coach. I am maybe one of the biggest fans of what he has done. And when he was brought into this organization 5 years ago, I was very confident that he was going to do exactly this. He was going to leave with them at the doorstep of greatness. And that was his job, was to come and bring them here. I don't know if it was ever thought that the ring would be won with Tom Thibodeau at the helm. I don't know if anyone ever thought he was the coach to do that. I don't know if he's really ever done that. If anything, he's the type of guy who takes your stars, puts them on the floor, and honestly gets them to win games to take you from the middle of the pack to the top. And the problems that it creates are rotational issues and player burnout. We've heard plenty of stories from guys who've played with him before saying that long-term it can be hard. And sure, in the season, you'll never hear Brunson, Hart, Bridges, anyone complain. But, you know, it's going to be a different style of player development, I think. And that's really exciting for the Knicks because they need a little bit of a different pulse, in my opinion. And Mike Brown has the pedigree working with the stars, working in tough environments, following Phil Jackson. He can come in and put on the shoes that I think they need and be more collaborative, which is some of the interesting media reports we're hearing from this search.
What is it about Mike Brown and his coaching style that you think attracted him to the net, or attracted the Knicks to him, rather?
I think for me, in my opinion here, I don't have a source or anything. I think it's really player development and taking that next level with guards and also having the pedigree to work under pressure. You know, you look at who Mike Brown has coached, a young Fox, a young Halliburton in Sacramento, were players that really didn't have, I think, that trajectory of becoming who they are now without him. And this is a guy who is known for being a very tough coach. Something I do know is I think he's a big MMA fan, actually. So he's a fighter, a literal big time, like tough guy, fighter who has, you know, battled through this, honestly, a really tough career. This is not exactly someone who is, you know, illustriously won all the rings and done everything, but he's still here. He's still fighting through. He's taken some tough jobs, and this is a tough job to take. There's going to be a lot of pressure, maybe more pressure than there's been in New York on this basketball team in the last 20 years. So it's interesting to see him come in and do it. I think they did get their guy. The offensive philosophy, in my opinion, is Pretty interesting. I think he is really going to be able to connect with the players a little bit more. I'm not sure we're really going to ever hear about any animosity between the Knicks and Thibodeau for a few years, but I do think he's going to be a player's coach. You're going to see him work on those rotations a little bit, maybe be a little bit more quick to switch. And my most important thing that I'm watching for is how he does strategically when he gets to the playoffs. I think the biggest knock for me was Tom Thibodeau probably should have made a few defensive adjustments in that Pacers series earlier on, and maybe some of that hesitancy cost them. Of course, so did the will of God with the shot going 16 feet in the air and falling through. So I think the Knicks are in a great spot. The East is about as wide open as it's ever been. This should be, a good first year for Mike Brown. The pressure won't have to be too high because there's not going to be a lot of competition. So he can go in there, feel good. They have the confidence, and now it's just build and maybe get a step further.
How does he adjust? You mentioned adjusting the rotations. How does he adjust this team's style, you think, Justin, during the regular season? You mentioned the playoffs, obviously, and making adjustments, but adjust the way this team plays during the regular season. More depth in the rotation. They go out and get Jordan Clarkson as an example. More space maybe on the floor. A little less physical play, maybe. Maybe that helps them on both ends of the floor in staying fresh. You add the rotation that we've talked about. Just how does he adjust this team's philosophies so that they get through the regular season in decent shape, and when they do get to April, May, and hopefully for Knicks fans, June, they're still able to get through that grind?
Yeah, it's a little different. I think, he's probably not going to run things. I don't know the right word. I think militaristically is some of the words you hear from how Tom Thibodeau coaches, right? Like, these guys are in incredible shape. They run. They play 40 minutes and they don't really practice. So I think we're going to see maybe more practicing. We're going to see a little bit more of a slowdown, a strategical change, maybe in some of the hustle, bringing in the second unit a lot more. I think, we didn't talk too much about the moves they made, but in conjunction with Mike Brown coming in and also developing that second unit, Jordan Clarkson and Gershon Yabusele coming in are very different levels of scorers than what the Knicks had on the bench last year. I expect to see Deuce McBride make a little bit of a jump, hopefully Kevin McCullough too. So maybe more scoring creates more potency and less dependency on Brunson, Hart, Bridges, and Towns. And you asked about strategy. I think Karl Towns has got to take more threes. He's got to be a lot more prone to the pop out three, sort of not necessarily always playing like a five, a pure five, and being that stretch five that he really can be. I mean, the man takes 38-foot threes and they look like, they take no effort for him because he's 7 feet tall. So I'm excited to see how that second year looks. It's something that they say in basketball a lot, and something that I've really learned in my half a decade now covering this professionally. No one really evaluates you for your first year in basketball. It's very hard at the professional level, at the college level. It's very hard to come in and make immediate change. And that's going to go for two things here. That should be held in context for this Knicks team last year, bringing in Towns, and then now here with Brown. And Brown's going to have a little bit of a faster runway because the team is in their second year together. But I think this should be looked at as almost like a second year for this Knicks team. I expect the ceiling to be very high. They know how to play together a little bit better. They unlocked a few things in the playoffs. And now, hopefully, in conjunction with the front office, we know Worldwide West wants to be involved in this team. We know Brock Aller in the front office is doing some magic with the contracts. They all want to be involved in how that strategy plays out on the floor a little bit more. And I think the agreement between the front office and the coaching staff now will be a little bit more palpable, rather than maybe Thibodeau having his own, here's how I'm going to do things, guys, like strap in and let's run it. It's going to be a lot more of a balanced approach with maybe more adaptability in the season. And I'm excited about that for the Knicks.
Justin, you mentioned that the runway might be a little faster because of what the Knicks have right now. Chris asked me this earlier in the show, and I didn't have a great answer for him. So maybe you do. What's the leash for Mike Brown?
Oh, that's a good question. I think that he's getting probably at least a year, 2 years. I would be shocked. I'd be shocked. He's not getting fired in this upcoming season. That would be crazy. He could get fired next year. I think they give him the full year. If things really don't look good in a year and a half from now, he could be out. But I don't see that really happening. That would be And maybe I'm wrong because, again, it would take so much for them to look that bad and for him, for them to miss the playoffs? Like, what would it take, right? I think is the first question you have to ask is what would it take for that tenure to be cut so short? They stop believing in him. The East is too weak, in my opinion, for the Knicks. I could coach the Knicks into a playoff spot, in my humble opinion, because you don't really need coaching right now for the Knicks. You need to just get them out there. They're very good. They're levels above the rest of the East. I mean, Pacers don't have Turner, don't have Halliburton to injury. Boston traded away Drew Holiday, and they don't have Tatum. It's really the Hawks and, I guess, the Magic right now trailing the Knicks. And I think the Knicks are a step or two ahead of those teams. So I'm very interested to see how the East turns out. But the Knicks not getting, a number 1, 2, 3 seed and not making the Eastern Conference Finals is a failure, in my opinion, this year. So a little bit of a longer runway, but that should be a very easy spot to land given what's happening. The only obviously unknown is injury. And even with some injury, I think this Knicks team is still just ahead above most of the East right now.
You talked about Karl Anthony Towns, getting him out beyond the arc a little bit more. He's been a double-doubles machine in his career. Does this open up the possibility of, because we look to bet double-doubles a lot when we look at player props during the regular season, does this open up the possibility of more assist action for Jalen Brunson? We talked about maybe, lengthening the rotation and reducing minutes to keep guys fresh, but Brunson had 14 double-doubles last year, averaged 7 assists a game. If he's looking to dish off more, has more scoring ability on the floor with him at times, does that open up that opportunity this season?
I think it has to. I think you want that from Jalen Brunson as well, because honestly, I don't want to see my star guard playing like the way he has to in the playoffs in the middle of the season. And I say that because Brunson's brand of basketball is about, it's crazy enough. He's 6'3", right? Which is, pretty short for basketball, but yet he's barreling in against anyone he wants, throwing his hips low, creating space, fading away, or flipping it up or dropping it from 3. And the problem is that it's physical and he's always on the floor and he's always getting bodied. And I just worry that if he has to do that for a whole season, putting the team on his back, same thing with Towns inside, it could lead to those injuries. So I do expect them to hopefully take some of the minutes off of Brunson as well this season. I'm really looking forward to seeing the development of Tyler Kolek as well. I think he's going to become a pro's pro for sure. His IQ is off the charts. So bottom line, though, yes, there's going to be not only more passing, but I think just generally less minutes. And I hope they use him more in passing. And you might see him score in those big games. But if the East is weak and Brunson isn't needed to go get those clutch buckets to make sure the Knicks get over the hump, I think could be a much, much higher assist total for him this season. Maybe even so much so that his points drop 3 to 4 per game and his assists could go up by 1.5.
Justin, I'm going to open things up to the greater NBA. Yesterday, the other piece of news that came down was DeAndre Ayton signing with the Lakers. What do you make of the pairing of Ayton, Luka, LeBron, and what's going on in LA?
I'm excited for DeAndre Ayton. I will tell you that much. It's interesting to see how that one's going to go. Everyone, of course, is always talking about Ayton and his effort, and you see these clips that come out about for him and some of the plays that he's had. Look, DeAndre Ayton's been in some tough scenarios. You got to give him credit where credit's due. He's made work with some tough teams that have had high expectations that haven't been able to put it together for one reason or another. And he's still very good in the post. He's still very efficient off ball. Like, this is exactly the type of build that he needs with 2 on-ball superstars that are point forwards. I like this because, again, you're going to get a lot of good mid-range looks for DeAndre Ayton with doubles coming for LeBron, with doubles coming for Luka. When they penetrate, kicking out to him, he's an efficient cutter still, was last year. The free throw shooting is obviously going to be an issue, and you can probably expect maybe some hack at Ayton in the playoffs if they make it that far. But in terms of the fit surrounding 2-point forwards that are going to get to the rim, that are going to create spacing, that are going to allow for someone who has mid-range proficiency to hit behind them like that, I think it actually has a good chance to be a nice spot for DeAndre Ayton. If you're like fantasy or you want to take season totals, I think his points per game, his field goals made, those types of things, he's probably going to outperform expectations this year. He didn't really get that much playing time after February of last season, but I mean, he was hyper efficient in Portland. That's just what he does. He doesn't take too many bad shots because he's always close to the rim and he knows what he's good at. So I like it.
Before we wrap you up, Justin, let you run. We only got about 30 seconds here, but 3-1 to win the East and 9-1 to win the title. Do you like either of those numbers on the Knicks?
For my New York Knicks, yeah, the East feels good. I'll tell you that much. The West scares the heck out of me. So I wouldn't really go there. Maybe if you like it because you want to take a hedge, but I don't bet to hedge. I bet to cash my bet. So I take to win the East. I think plus 300 is probably a little kind right now. There may be a few more things going on, but I mean, man, people are saying the Knicks could trade for Giannis or LeBron. Like, I don't know. I would jump in. The Knicks are very serious right now. This is a team that wants to win, and I think you want to bet on a franchise that is making moves, going for it, and doing so smartly. Clarkson and Gershon, man, you're going to hear about them all season. I'm excited.
Great stuff, Justin. We appreciate it as always. Thank you. Have a great 4th of July weekend. Justin Perry of Shot Quality Bets. Check out all his analysis there. A lot going on in baseball today. 10 games to talk about on the slate, and one team in particular putting up some crazy numbers over the last week. That's next on Bet Sweats.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Joe Osborne of Covers.com going to join us in 20 minutes to talk about Major League Baseball. Clayton Kershaw's 3,000th strikeout last night in his final pitch of the night as the Dodgers at that point were behind but come back to beat the White Sox in the bottom of the ninth. And plenty on today's card as well, which we'll get into in just a moment alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack in for Joe and Sam today. Lightning bets before we wrap up on the show here as well. You want to take the BetMGM network with you all weekend long, whether you're going to some tired cookout or just having fun, maybe relaxing by the pool, maybe going to the beach. Who knows? Whatever you got cooking this weekend, literally and figuratively, you take BetMGM with you inside that free Odyssey app, AUDACY. As mentioned, 10 games on the card for today in MLB, Kate. We can get to those in a second, but this is blowing my mind at this point. According to Opta Stats, the Pittsburgh Pirates, of all people, the Pittsburgh Pirates, who scored, I believe, 44 runs in Derek Shelton's final 17 games as manager back in late April, early May, have outscored their opponents 43-4 over their last 6 games. A sweep of their homestand against the Mets and the Cardinals. That is the most runs scored over a 6-game span while allowing fewer than 5 in Major League history. The previous most while allowing so few was by the Cincinnati Outlaw Reds in 1884. What is going on? The Pirates?
I mean, the allowing fewer than 5 runs, like, that can be explained, and that's a little bit more understandable because the Pirates have Paul Skeens. They've got some good pitchers in that rotation. It's
Right.
the hitting. I mean, I don't know how many times I've come on various shows and been like, the Pirates have no run support. They can't score runs.
Right.
Their offense stinks. Like, that's the story of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and you know it better than anyone. But those stats you just threw out are insane. So I guess I need to ask you the question because I have no idea what's going on in Pittsburgh right now with this. Like, is there any explanation other than players just getting... I mean, these are Major League Baseball players for a reason. It's not like they're terrible players. Maybe just... the construction of the roster hasn't produced at the plate, but obviously that didn't change over the last week and a half.
Yeah, well, there's a couple things that I think maybe you can point to. Donnie Kelly taking over as interim manager has managed a little more aggressively and has, I think, done less of what Derek Shelton was doing, where he was pretty liberal in changing the lineup every day, in sitting guys down, even if they were in the middle of a hot streak, to get them off their feet. That's one thing, and guys enjoy playing for him because he was the bench coach under Shelton, pretty close with a lot of the guys, I think. So they've reacted well to that. You've got silly things happening, like Tommy Pham got his eye prescription updated, and all of a sudden he's raking. Like, I mean, literally stupid things like that. But I do think it needs to be put in a proper perspective. It's something to watch the Pirates of all teams do what they've done over the last week, and really over the better part of the last almost 2 months now, when they're 2 games over 500 since Kelly took over from Shelton. But that's the important part here, is they're 2 games over 500 since Kelly took over for Shelton. That's nice. That's good. But, you know, in the series since Kelly took over from Shelton, I want to say they've won 6 series, they've lost 6 series, and they split 1. So, yes, compared to what they were when they started 12-26, and I think only had the Rockies behind them in the standings, it's been an elevation. But this isn't all of a sudden you're going to run to the window and bet the Pirates to go to the playoffs or anything. If they play slightly over 500 the rest of the year, they're still not going to finish with a winning record, most likely. That's how deep a hole they had dug. I think what will be interesting is if some of these offensive pieces who are now producing, Tommy Pham, I'll use as an example, maybe pieces who are a bigger part of the core in Pittsburgh, a Brian Reynolds, who's 30 now, O'Neal Cruz, who has had his struggles in the field. Are those pieces that the Pirates are willing to listen on with the trade deadline now just 4 weeks away, and knowing that yeah, they need the offense, but they've also got to continue to build for the future. They got a ton of young arms. People probably want them to look at dealing some of those, not Skeen certainly, but some of the young arms they have in the minors or who have just come up, Braxton Ashcraft, guys like that, who maybe they can deal for some more bats. It'll be interesting. It's always interesting when you get a team who is an obvious seller at the deadline, I think, who all of a sudden comes to life at what feels good for the fans, but is just the wrong time for probably the GM. Ben Cherington, who's on the hot seat, has to decide, am I still a seller or do I want to be more judicious in the kind of deals that I make? Because maybe more of these guys than not are a part of the solution going forward.
I mean, the fans probably wouldn't like it because you're finally winning games and that's fun for them. But I still think it would make sense for the Pirates to be sellers at the deadline, especially because the Pirates have not been very good for a while. Like, this is not new this season that they don't have a ton of run support. Their offense is bad and they're not winning games and barely above 500. So I think at some point you do have to kind of sell and move some pieces and try and not rebuild totally, but kind of jumpstart in other ways. And just stinks that they're finally winning games when this is the time to do it. But also, like, last year, the Cubs were going to be sellers at the deadline and ended up winning 10 of 11 games and all of a sudden weren't. The Pirates aren't in that situation. Like, the Cubs were all of a sudden in a race for the division. The Pirates, they're still 14 games back from Chicago for the NL Central right now. So in that scenario, like, I think it still makes sense for them to be sellers come the end of the month.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. I mean, but I think the Cubs are an interesting case study in that, you know, you can turn things around much more quickly in Major League Baseball these days than people tend to think. We used to think about teams and their 5-year plans and how they were going to build out the farm system and then bring guys up together. And I think some organizations, probably the Pirates included, are still kind of stuck in that thinking where we've got to take all this time to rebuild and everything I just said, when a lot of teams, given the larger playoff field, that certainly helps. But a lot of teams are just a lot more aggressive in how they build out their rosters. Kyle Tucker's a great example in Chicago. Mm-hmm. You know, you go out and get a guy who instantly, bang, can add a lot of offense to your lineup, lengthen the lineup, and you can turn things around pretty quickly. I'm not saying the Pirates are a playoff team next year. I mean, we're still a long way off from that, but the numbers on this 6-game homestand that they had beating up the Mets and Cardinals jumped out at me, and I just went, wow. The Pittsburgh Pirates of all people. As for today's slate, 10 games across the board in Major League Baseball. We've talked about the Astros and Rockies series a number of times. We did yesterday as well. I had a Christian Walker home run prop. That one didn't come in. Did hit on Judge against the Blue Jays, which was nice. But I got to go back to that well. He gets to face Kyle Freeland today. It was a low-scoring game by Coors Field standards last night. I think 5-3 ended up being the final. The Astros beat the Rockies. But, again, one of those situations where I got a hard time not betting against the Rockies. And Walker, 12 of 35, lifetime with a pair of homers against Freeland. I might go back to that well again on a homer prop.
I mean, home run props at Coors Field always in play, right? So I like that for you. I had the Astros first 5 over 3.5 runs. That did not come home for me, but the Astros still did cover -1.5 on the run line. That was still pretty juicy as well. I believe it was 2.5 at like -110 or something. So that did hit, but I mean, we haven't seen, again, like you mentioned, for Coors Field, like a ton of runs in either of these games. Maybe this is the game where things kind of explode and you look at an over in this one. Even money for over 11.5. That's a big number, but not necessarily for this setting. What do we make, Chris, of the Yankees and Blue Jays right now? Because they are now tied atop of the standings for the AL East right now. And talk about teams that have turned things around pretty quickly. I mean, the Blue Jays have kind of been always hovering this season, but they were 6 games back of the lead just a couple of weeks ago. And all of a sudden that offense has come to life. They've won 4 games and they're putting up big time numbers. So is that something that you think we can expect to continue on tonight? And if they win tonight, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a sweep of the Blue Jays in this series. Yeah.
Yeah. And the Blue Jays right now, plus 350 to win the AL East. Not a bad number, to be honest. If they can keep this up, that would be one that I would continue to keep an eye on. It's an interesting pitching matchup, too. You got Clark Schmidt against Chris Bassett. Yankees are minus 125 on the money line. I don't hate a look at the Jays tonight in that one, plus 105. So you get a little bit of plus money there. That's definitely worth a look. I had an eye on the other New York team. The Mets send David Peterson to the mound at 7:10 Eastern tonight against former Met Jose Quintana as the Brewers are in town. Final game of that series. Brewers plus 130 dogs. Mets minus 155 on the money line. Rhys Hoskins, another player I would be interested in a player prop on today. 7 of 16 lifetime against Quintana against Peterson with a pair of home runs.
I got nothing in that game, Chris, so I will trust your judgment there. I'm going to go over to Mariners and Royals. I'm going to take the under in that one. You do have two pretty good pitchers there. The Royals offense has been just awful this season. They're on the road. Mariners offense, they've had some success lately, but overall, also not one of the more dominant offenses in the league. So you're sitting at 7.5 minus 115 to the under there. I like that one. I also kind of like the Tigers on the run line today, going up against the Nats. Jake Irvin on the mound, doesn't do a whole lot for me. The Nationals against teams at home, second worst against NL teams at home. Jake Irvin allowed 12 runs, 16 innings against AL sides. So this is just not a spot where I would be interested in backing the Nationals, but more so looking at the Tigers on the run line.
Yeah, Tigers run line I don't think is a bad look at all. As for that Royals-Mariners game that you mentioned, I think I might do the Kate Constable special here and go first 5 under because the full game total, like you mentioned, is tight. It's 7.5. The first 5 is 4. So I get a little bit of extra wiggle room there rather than maybe a 3.5 you would get. And it's at minus 110. So you get Brian Wu against Seth Lugo, 2 quality starting pitchers. First 5 under 4 would be my look in that one. Anything else you got on the table for today's 10-game MLB slate?
Nothing, honestly. The Braves, looking at them against the Angels today. Braves have been, I think, a little bit better as of late. Bryce Elder going, his ERA and his record aren't that good this year, but maybe he's due for a little bit of positive regression going. They're a team that I, like a lot of people, I think don't quite know what to make of them this season.
Yeah, the only other one I had a look on as well, Giants are in Arizona against the D-backs. Robbie Ray, who's pitching really well this year, going against Brandon Pfaadt. Giants are minus 120 on the money line. Not too much to pay there in what I think is definitely an advantage in the starting pitching matchup for them. It's why they're minus 135 on the first 5 money line. Giants, if you want to lay the half run in the first 5 or even money, but I definitely like the pitching advantage there for the Giants against the D-backs, Ray against Pfaadt. Dodgers might be a look tonight, too, after all of the energy that came out of last night. Kershaw's 3,000th strikeout, the 3-run comeback in the bottom of the 9th. Dustin May goes against Aaron Savali out in L.A. Another late one tonight. We're getting up at 4 a.m. tomorrow, so I will not stay up and watch it. That would be one I would place the bet, roll over, close my eyes, and hope to wake up with a couple of hot dogs next to me in the middle of the night like you do.
That's my plan. That's my plan too. I mean, I did that last night. Woke up with a couple of hot dogs next to me. It was great. Betting against the White Sox, never a bad idea, Chris. But yeah, I'm with you. I will not be staying up to watch that game. Do you think the Muncy injury does anything in the short term for the Dodgers in terms of maybe they don't play quite as well as they have been? I mean, they've won 4 of their last 5. They've been looking pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think it does. I think it's worth watching to see if this ends up being a protracted absence. He's, as we mentioned off the top of the show, going to get an MRI today. We'll find out if there's any significant damage to that knee after the collision at third base on the tag out of Michael Taylor on the attempted steal. If it's a long-term injury, then I start to I probably back away from the Dodgers, not on futures or anything like that, but just on day-to-day betting, depending on the opponent, because as much as you might like Kike Hernandez, if he's the one getting the at-bats, look, they've got a deep bench in LA. I don't think it's going to crush them, but the way Muncy's been hitting for the last month or so, you take a 330 average out of the lineup on an everyday basis, you're going to have to backfill in the lineup somewhere. It'll be interesting to see how Dave Roberts decides to do that. We can ask Joe Osborne at Covers.com. Where's he going on today's slate and the rest of Major League Baseball? Plus, what's he think of those all-star starting lineups that were named yesterday? That's next, right here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Coming up on the 4th of July weekend, Joe O and Sammy P are off. You got Kate Constable and myself, Chris Mack, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network for this edition of Bet Sweats, top of the hour. Some more 4th of July weekend nonsense. We will play GTFO or Oh Yeah with some of our favorite 4th of July things, for lack of a better way to put it. We'll get into it. Plus, an injury that you'll want to keep on an eye on for tonight's action. Somebody going to miss another game. We'll talk about that before we get to lightning bets as well. We talked about today's MLB card a few moments ago. And, of course, the Clayton Kershaw 3,000th strikeout last night out in L.A. We could talk about that. We could talk about his Miami Dolphins, which might be a little bit painful of a conversation with him. We could talk about these NBA moves. But let's bring in our guy from Covers.com, Joe Osborne. Follow him on Twitter at JTFOZ. Morning, Joe. How are you?
Hey, guys, I'm doing great. My Blue Jays on the verge of a 4-game sweep potentially over the Yankees, so we'll see if they can follow through on that tonight.
Okay, talking about those Blue Jays, they're tied right now for top of the AL, that division at least, the AL East.
Yes.
Would you recommend, you've missed the best number on them winning that division, but you're still getting about 4-1 over there. Is that something that you would consider taking, or you could even go as far as 10-1 to win the American League altogether?
Yeah, I think they're worth a look to win the American League. Most people, if you follow baseball pretty closely, you realize that this is a very desperate team, and they got a lot of money to spend. We saw them throw a lot of money at Shohei Ohtani. They had a meeting with Juan Soto. So they're willing to spend if they can bring in the right guys. So I wouldn't be shocked to see the Blue Jays make a deal, make a splash ahead of the trade deadline. They're playing well right now, but there's still some things that they can patch up. And, the Yankees as a favorite to win the American League. Guys, this is a song and dance we've been doing for a very long time. This is one of the biggest underachievers over the past decade plus in all of professional sports. Now, we know they made the World Series last year, then they did kind of flop. But is anyone going to say the Yankees at 3-1 to win the American League is good value? I don't think that's the case. The Detroit Tigers, they could be a force to be reckoned with, right around the same price as the Yankees. Does anyone want to go into Detroit and face Skubal in a playoff series? Probably not. The Houston Astros are always right there, but I don't mind the Blue Jays. I think at close to 10-1, they could be worth a shot there to win the American League.
We've talked about Cal Raleigh a lot, the Mariners. We were talking about their game tonight against the Royals a little bit. Interesting pitching matchup, Wu against Lugo. I've had an eye on them for the last couple of years just because they always have the top of the rotation starters in place, right? But last year, the struggles were offensively. In that AL pennant market, is there any way you'd look at Seattle? It's 12, 13-1, depending on where you're looking.
Well, the pitching is solid. The pitching is coming around, but they're not a team that I trust by any means. I don't think they're going to be able to get over the Astros. I don't really like them in a wild card spot. They're a weird team. They don't really have much of a home field advantage. On the road, one of the best road offenses in all of Major League Baseball, but a complete polar opposite at home. So I don't know. This is kind of, like I said, the Yankees, a song and dance we've seen before. It's kind of something that we've seen with the Mariners over the past couple seasons anyways, flirting with contention a little bit, then they do ultimately flop. That said, though, they're a desperate team, too. This is a team that, they missed out on Rafael Devers. I don't know if they would have been in the mix for him, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them make a splash ahead of the deadline either.
All right, quite a few teams in action tonight, the Giants being one of them. What do you like on tonight's card? Any bets that you are looking at?
Yeah, I don't bet a lot of meat and potato stuff with baseball, meaning not a lot of money lines, full game totals. I mainly target pitcher props, and there's 3 that I do like tonight. You mentioned the Giants in action. They're in Arizona tonight, and I'm going to fade Arizona starter Brandon Pfaadt, take under 15.5 total outs recorded for him, -110 odds. So he's been god-awful And there's no reason to think that the D-backs will be looking to preserve arms out of the bullpen. The bullpen is relatively fresh here. So he's on a 6-game stretch right now, guys, where he's gone under 15 and a half outs in all 6 of those games. And he's been awful. He's had a 9.39 ERA in that 6-game stretch. Not a guy that has a long leash. Now, I'm not going to make a case for the San Francisco Giants having a great offense by any means, but limited sample size. So they've combined for 30 at-bats against him, OPS over 1,000. So we'll fade him and take the under on his total outs recorded. Dustin May pitching at home tonight at Dodger Stadium. Talk about a contrast between two teams, the Dodgers and the White Sox going after it tonight in LA. May, I like him to have a good start and go over his 17 and a half outs. So he's been a much different pitcher at home here this season. On the road, he's been awful. ERA over 6. At home, it's 3.38. He's pitching deeper into games, too. He's reached at least 18 outs in 4 straight starts at home. And the White Sox, I could read off a bunch of stats here, but it's just not necessary. One of the worst offenses in all of Major League Baseball, so I think he's going to have a good opportunity there. And then Seth Lugo. He's in Seattle against that offense of the Mariners, who is not very good at home. I like under 5.5 hits allowed for him. He's on an absolute tear. Seth Lugo is. In June, he had a 1.26 ERA, allowed fewer than 5.5 hits in all 5 of his starts. And Seattle, like I mentioned to you, their offense is not very good at home. They're great on the road, one of the best road offenses in all of baseball. At home, they're ranked 27th in hits per game with a 225 average, which ranks them 29th. So Lugo under 5.5 hits allowed. Those would be my 3 favorite bets of the night for Major League Baseball.
I like it, Joe. Good stuff. Let's pivot to the NBA. We've talked plenty about the Knicks this morning, the hiring of Mike Brown. We talked about DeAndre Ayton getting added by the Lakers. Just your overall 50,000-foot view of the NBA offseason now that it's a couple of weeks old, and what you've liked so more than others, and maybe what you've not liked as well.
Well, I think you got to like the moves that the Denver Nuggets have made. A big criticism of them was a lack of depth. I think that they're going to be a little bit better coming into this season. I think Michael Porter Jr. had reached a ceiling, and he wasn't going to get any better. So them at plus 850, they probably gave the Oklahoma City Thunder the best run for their money in the playoffs. Don't forget that series went 7 games. The Minnesota Timberwolves, they bring back Naz Reid, and it looks like they're going to bring back the majority of the team. This is a team that's been to the Western Conference Finals 2 straight years. Yes, they have flopped in the Western Conference Finals in 2 straight years, but 17-1 to win the NBA championship. Like, really, you have the Lakers, the Magic, the Knicks ahead of them. I don't get that. I think that might be the best value on the board, the Timberwolves, 17-1 to win the NBA championship. The New York Knicks, I think they screwed this up, guys. A lot of people were surprised that they fired Tom Thibodeau. There's 2 sides to every story. Who knows what was going on behind closed doors? But they clearly had no clue what they wanted to do going into this new coaching search. As you recall, they pretty much threw out a signal to every head coach who's currently in the league, and they got denied a bunch of interviews there. Does anyone think that they went into this process and were hoping to land on Mike Brown, a guy who's been fired, I think, 3 or 4 times? Seems like a good guy, good head coach, but if anything, that is a sideways move. The Cavaliers at around plus 850, easy team to, make fun of a little bit, but they did run into some bad luck. Let's not forget they're coming off a great regular season. DeAndre Ayton, that's probably laughable for the Lakers. They're going to be so bad defensively. And I'm just so turned off by – I'm usually like a defender of LeBron James, but I hate how he does these passive-aggressive messages in the offseason every year. He's uncertain about the roster. LeBron, if you're uncertain about the roster, why did you take the most possible money that you could take, which is going to limit what the team is able to do and not bring back a guy like Dorian Finney-Smith? So – there's some looks there. There's a little bit of parity in the league. No one's betting OKC plus 260 to win the NBA Finals at this point, but there's some good numbers there. The Rockets will be fun. Is the Durant acquisition a little overrated? Maybe. they didn't win a single playoff game in Phoenix, right? So, it should be a competitive season. The Eastern Conference will be interesting. I guess that's a good way to put it. I don't be surprised if the Cavs run away with it, though, in the East.
All right, Joe, 2.5 minutes left or so. We're going to just hit all sports here today. Miami
Let's
Dolphins,
go.
they are your team. I'm sorry about that. But the outlook on the Miami Dolphins this year, how are you feeling?
Well, yeah, talk about teams that are easy to make fun of. The Miami Dolphins, probably one of the bigger punching bags in the NFL. And it's easy to be pessimistic about the Dolphins. You know, the vibes aren't high. I didn't mind that trade. They needed to get rid of Jalen Ramsey. I thought they were just going to bring back draft picks, but they end up bringing back Minka Fitzpatrick, who's cheaper and younger than Ramsey. So I do think that is a rare win for the Dolphins. The one thing to consider about the Dolphins, though, during the Mike McDaniel era, yes, they are soft. They don't beat good teams. They collapse down the stretch, but they've been in playoff contention all 3 years under Mike McDaniel, making the playoffs twice, and they've had a lot of bad luck, too. I don't know if you call the 2 injuries bad luck at this point. You know, he's an injury-prone guy, a bit of a ticking time bomb as far as injuries are concerned. But, yeah, I mean, the win total's at 8.5. I do think that's right. I wouldn't be surprised if they do go over. I think the New England Patriots might be being overrated a little bit. Have you looked at the offensive depth chart? I know Mike Vrabel, big-time credible head coach, and he often got a lot out of a little as head coach of the Titans, but pull back, take a look at that a little bit. That was an awful division that he was coaching, and statistically, they often weren't very good. And the Jets are the Jets. The Jets aren't going anywhere. So, yeah, I mean, somewhere's in the middle with the Dolphins, and that's exactly how they've been the past, half decade or so. So, yeah, it's not easy being a Dolphins fan. The wheels could very well fall off, guys. It could be a situation where it needs to get worse before it gets better. And by getting worse, I mean that the wheels fall off and they go into a new regime, new head coach, new GM. Fingers crossed, though. Hopefully Tua can stay healthy.
Well, enjoy a couple of weeks off, maybe mentally preparing yourself for the Dolphin season, Joe.
Indeed, I have to.
We'll keep an eye on those MLB plays tonight as well. Appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the rest of your summer. Joe Osborne of Covers.com. A 4th of July edition of GTFO, or Oh Yeah, that's next on Bet Sweats.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. On the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network, wherever you are this holiday weekend, we can be right there with you. Just search for the BetMGM Network. Anything you may have missed, always available in podcast form as well. Good conversation with Joe Osborne about some MLB plays that he liked. We had Justin Perry of Shot Quality Bets on earlier in the show to talk about the Knicks hiring of Mike Brown and a detailed breakdown, somewhat detailed breakdown of the Nathan's hot dog eating contest earlier. Any reason not to bet on Joey Chestnut? But seriously, it's all in there. Find it inside your Odyssey app, AUDACY. An injury you definitely want to know about before you place a bet on tonight's action. We'll get to in 20 minutes. Our lightning bets before we wrap up the show in this third and final hour as well. Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe O and Sammy P today. Tomorrow, you'll catch us on the Daily Tip starting at 6 a.m. Eastern, so we will be up bright and early to start the Independence Day celebration with you. I don't think we'll have any hot dogs that early, Kate, but plenty of coffee, and we'll get people ready if they want to place any bets on their 4th of July weekend.
Yeah, instead of over-under on number of hot dogs eaten, we may have to go over-under on number of cups of coffee consumed with the show starting at 5 a.m. Central Time, 6 a.m. your time. It's early. It's early. And I'm kind of glad, yes, there are baseball games tonight, but outside of that, there's no big, NFL, NBA, any big playoff games. So going to bed early tonight, probably a good idea. I will be partaking in that. No 10 p.m. hot dogs for me?
No, not tonight. Definitely not. But it is 4th of July weekend. We like to have some fun and be goofy. So we figured, why not play one of our favorite games here on the BetMGM Network? It's GTFO or Oh Yeah.
It's now time for GTFO or Oh Yeah.
A 4th of July edition of GTFO or Oh Yeah. For those of you not familiar, this is real simple. Amir, who's filling in for Paul today as executive producer on Bet Sweats, will throw out an item. We will then tell him, Amir, GTFO, what are you talking about? Or we'll give him an affirmative response of, oh, yeah, I agree with that. And the oh, yeah can always range from something as simple as, like I just did, oh, yeah, I like that, all the way up to you could give it a Kool-Aid Man, oh, yeah, if you want. Bust through the wall, oh, yeah. Or we reserve it for very special things that we are in total 110% agreement with. The Randy Macho Man Savage, oh, yeah. Anything on that spectrum is up for grabs, Kate. It is a 4th of July weekend edition of GTFO or Oh Yeah. So Amir, get us started. What's the first item on your list?
Okay, we're going to start things off nice and simple. Fireworks shows are overrated. They are a staple for Independence Day, 4th of July. Are they overrated? Are they a hassle? They keep you up late at night? Are they a must? You have to go see, whether it's you go downtown, uptown, wherever you live, people call it different things. Is it a must? Is it overrated? What do you guys think?
Kate, I'll let you take this one first.
I'm going to go GTFO. Fireworks shows are not overrated. Not on the 4th of July. That is the 4th of July. You need those fireworks. And so the city of Chicago here, not doing a fireworks show tomorrow on the 4th of July. No fireworks show. they are doing it on Saturday because they have fireworks every Saturday off of Navy Pier here in Chicago. So they're just sticking with that. And I guess it's been that way for a couple of years, but that's the 4th of July. That's what caps the day. You know, you're out in the sun all day, you're at a barbecue, you're eating, you're drinking, and at the end of the day, you get your fireworks show, and then it's over and you're done. Fireworks shows for like any other day of the year, overrated. But for the 4th of July, that is synonymous with this day for me.
Yeah, I got to go with a GTFO here as well. Not as hardy as Kate's, but you got to have fireworks on the 4th of July. Downtown Pittsburgh will have theirs. We're not going down there and dealing with all the traffic and the hassle of it. We will be at a cookout on Saturday that will have its own sort of fireworks show. Our friend who has this party every year on the 4th of July or 4th of July weekend drives over to Ohio, buys a bunch of illegal fireworks, brings them on back, and blasts them all off in his backyard. I'm a fan of that too. I will hedge just a little bit on this one and say it does drive me nuts. Like you mentioned, going to bed early tonight, Kate. I guarantee I'm going to go to bed early and some numbskull in my neighborhood is going to decide to set off fireworks at like 11 o'clock. Keep it to the 4th of July, people. And then the dog goes nuts. And then you got to deal with all that. But for the most part, 4th of July, you got to have fireworks. They're not overrated. GTFO.
Okay, moving on to number 2. And actually, Chris, that was a good segue, as number 2 is you don't have to have or attend a cookout or barbecue to have a quality Independence Day. GTFO or oh yeah?
GTFO, Amir. Come on. You got to get to a cookout or a barbecue or a get-together of some sort on 4th of July or 4th of July weekend at some point, right? You got to get to that place where the hot dogs are just in a mountain and maybe there's a pool. I don't know. But you got the music playing. Everybody's having some ice cold drinks. Absolutely. I got to have a cookout or a barbecue, a get-together of some sort to go to where I can overeat, have a few drinks. The kids can run around and be rowdy. And yeah, I got to have that, Kate.
I mean, this is a bigger GTFO than my first one. You have to have a barbecue. You have to be outside on the 4th of July. Hot dogs, like the grill. I said fireworks are synonymous to the 4th of July. Just a grill. I don't care what you're grilling, but you just have to be on the grill on the 4th of July. And I won't be on the grill. I don't know how to grill, but like someone at the party has to be manning the grill there. So like, Chris, tomorrow I'm going to a 2-year-old's birthday party for my 4th of July. But there's going to be a cookout. There's going to be hot dogs. There's going to be beverages for the adults. It's all my friends. They're just starting to have young kids. You know, I'm in that age where that's starting to happen. So I don't care that it's a 2-year-old's birthday party. It's still a cookout on the 4th of July, and I'm going to have a great time. So yes. And I will caveat, like if you aren't attending a barbecue, a cookout type of thing, you have to be at a baseball game. You have to be at like an event of some sort or like a concert, outdoor concert. Like it just has to be a larger gathering than you sitting at home and twiddling your fingers on the couch. That you just can't be doing any of that.
No, you got to do something.
Yeah.
Okay. Hot dogs were mentioned multiple times in the response to that last question, which is gives us a good transition to the next one. Ketchup is a better condiment than mustard on hot dogs.
Kate.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, I will gladly take this one first. GTFO. There's a theme for all of these for me. I'm in Chicago. Chicago dogs. We do not put ketchup on our hot dogs at all. That is a cardinal sin right there. And on top of that, I don't like ketchup. I didn't like ketchup prior to moving to Chicago. I don't like if it's served, I won't it's not something I will never eat, but I would never choose to eat ketchup. I even dip French fries in mustard over ketchup. Wow. Like that's a little crazy. So I just don't care for ketchup, but at the same time, no. Mustard on hot dogs only for me. Ketchup way out. GTFO.
Yeah, I feel like we're in lockstep here again. GTFO. Ketchup a better condiment than mustard? What are we doing? There are two things I will put on a standard hot dog. You mentioned a Chicago dog. It's a completely different animal. It's wide open there. Got to have a pickle. But just a standard hot dog, mustard and relish. That's it. And if you don't have the relish, that's fine. I'll just go with the mustard. It doesn't even have to be a fancy brown mustard. Give me the old yellow stuff. I don't care. But mustard on hot dogs, yes, that is the way to go. Ketchup on hot dogs. Sorry, I'm going to offend somebody, I'm sure. Ketchup on hot dogs is for 6-year-olds or the 2-year-olds that'll be at the birthday party that Kate is going to tomorrow. Exactly. That's what ketchup on hot dogs is for. I like ketchup. Good French fries. I got to have a little bit of ketchup with them. Sure. But come on. No. Ketchup is not a better condiment than mustard on hot dogs.
Before we move on, Amir, I have a follow-up for Chris. Do you put ketchup on anything else? Like people put ketchup on macaroni sometimes, or
disgusting.
Yeah, that is disgusting. Like a burger. Would you put ketchup on a burger?
Yeah, I'll put a little bit of ketchup on a burger. There's no tomatoes around. Yeah, a little bit of ketchup, but also mustard, right? Yeah, absolutely. I like it. I'll even use I'll put a little on the side. I get some, some tendies, some chicken tenders. I'll dip them in a little bit of ketchup. I got to have an arrangement of sauces. Luckily, our daughter just got a job at Chick-fil-A, so she comes home with extra sauces all the time. So, like, my plate will be half chicken tenders and fries, and then the rest is just all kinds of sauces to dip everything in. So I'm not I'm coming from Pittsburgh here, the home of Heinz, so I can't be out and out against ketchup.
Yeah.
But it doesn't belong on hot dogs. I'm sorry.
Unlimited Chick-fil-A sauce at your disposal in the Mac household 24/7. That is amazing.
Not a bad bonus to the kid's first job.
No, not at all. All right, Amir, what's up next?
All right, moving on. It is America's pastime. For the last couple of years, every team has played. But how about every MLB team doesn't need to play on Independence Day? GTFO or oh yeah?
GTFO. It, like you said, it's America's pastime. It's the celebration of American independence. Yes, every team should be playing on the 4th of July. Every team should be playing one of two things. Either a day game or a game that ends like right as the sun is setting so they can shoot fireworks off afterwards. Those are your only two options for first pitch time on the 4th of July. And I'll go so far as to say I'm throwing in Memorial Day and Labor Day as well. Every team in Major League Baseball should play on the major summer holidays. The fact that there were like 8 games on Memorial Day this year, I think, or something ridiculous. Or no, there were, I want to say 8 teams that didn't play on Memorial Day. What are we doing? America, people, baseball. Come on.
Yeah, GTFO. Right there with you, Chris. I need baseball all day long on this day. Like, carry it into the night. Have a night game. I'll even go past your, later pitch, but not quite. I want baseball all day long. And I don't necessarily want to sit in front of a TV and watch it. I just kind of want to know it's there. Like, it just makes me feel better just knowing that it's on, knowing that I could go to whatever app and check the scores and kind of keep up to date on things throughout the afternoon. Like, baseball, 4th of July, it has to happen. So, yeah, every single team in Major League Baseball needs to have a game on the 4th of July.
Okay, and last but not least, we talked about the Nathan's hot dog eating contest earlier in the show. How about Joey Chestnut will lose another Nathan's hot dog eating contest before he retires? He was beaten once in 2015 by Matt Stoney, who ate 62 to Joey Chestnut's 60. GTFO or oh yeah?
You're the Joey Chestnut expert, Kate.
Yeah.
I got to let you lead this one.
I'm going to go full sweep here on the GTFOs for the game, right? I mean, that's big. I don't know if I've certainly never had a full sweep on GTFO or oh yeah, but GTFO, Joey Chestnut is not losing another Nathan's hot dog eating contest. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. He beat the field by almost 20 last year. This guy will retire before he gives up the crown, I think. And he knows he's on his way out. He knows he's not a spring chicken anymore, but Joey Chestnut is not going to go to the point where he's just getting through these contests. He wants to dominate. And I think he is the type of personality to when he knows he can't dominate anymore, he'll know it's time to hang it up. So Joey Chestnut, not losing another Nathan Hot Dogs eating contest before he retires?
See, I'm going to say, oh, yeah. It's not an emphatic man, oh, yeah. And I don't think it happens this year. But like you said, Joey Chestnut kind of in the twilight of his career. Every great competitor, I think, needs to be reminded of their competitive mortality, for lack of a better way to put it. And I think Joey Chestnut is going to have one of those years where he loses before he's willing to step down off the stage and say, I'm out. I'm done. Think Tom Brady going 8-8 with the Bucs or whatever it was, right? Everybody needs to have that one year where they're reminded that they're not quite at their peak anymore. So I'll say, oh, yeah, Joey Chestnut will lose another Nathan's hot dog eating contest before he retires. But it's not happening this year. I'm not going to go that far. So a clean sweep, Kate, from you on the GTFOs in today's game.
That's pretty crazy. Do we think Joey Chestnut enjoys a hot dog with mustard or ketchup? And this is just pure enjoyment hot dogs, not contest eating hot dogs.
Do you think he eats hot dogs at all at any other time the rest of the year?
That's a very good counterpoint. I would not if I were him.
Like, that dude eats more hot dogs in 10 minutes than I eat the entire year combined.
By far more than you eat an entire year.
Like, I would want to go 364 days without seeing another hot dog if I were Joey Chestnut. But he better use mustard. Ketchup is not the answer. An injury continues to keep a superstar out, and it will affect how you want to bet tonight if you're looking at this slate. We'll get into it next right here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
An injury continues to keep a superstar out, including a big game tonight for their team. We'll get to that and how it affects your bets in just a moment here, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network. It is Bet Sweats alongside Kate Constable. I'm Chris Mack, in for Joe and Sam today. Some breaking news just about an hour ago or so from Major League Baseball. That we'll get into first, though. Cleveland Guardians right-hander Luis Ortiz has been placed on paid leave by Major League Baseball under investigation for what we don't know. According to a statement by the league, they did not release any specifics of the investigation, though he was scheduled to start today at Wrigley against the Cubs, and they have pivoted, the Guardians have, to Joey Cantillo, who will start today for the Guardians instead. But again, no details. The Guardians were favored in this one were dogs in this one with Ortiz as the listed pitcher, plus 120 on the money line against the Cubs and Cade Horton, an 8:05 Eastern, 7:05 Central start tonight at Wrigley. But some breaking news from Jeff Passan of ESPN in just the last hour or so that we thought we'd pass along to you if you're looking at that Guardians-Cubs matchup tonight across some of the MLB games that are being played, 10 of them on the card today. Our lightning bets, MLB and otherwise, coming up before the end of the show. I mentioned an injury. We'll get to that injury in just a second, how it affects things, but we talked about an injury yesterday. Red Panda was injured during that Commissioner's Cup final in the WNBA, Kate, and apparently it's a broken ankle.
Broken ankle? I heard fractured wrist.
Oh, fractured wrist. Well, I'll trust your information more than mine.
Yeah, fractured wrist. I believe now you're making me guess that.
Now I'm gonna have to.
We'll
we need to double check all of our information.
Yeah,
you know how crazy the world of competitive juggling is.
Pandas came up. She fell. I want to know how many times she's fallen in her career, because this is a big deal. Like, this took the internet by storm, and everyone's out there with their tweets, prayers up for Red Panda, thoughts go out to Red Panda. Like, she may be the most loved halftime show of all time. And that fall looked pretty hard, and she looked really shaken up. If she had fallen before, like prior to this, I feel like the internet would have let us know. So, like, what does this do to her mentality going forward? Is she going to be nervous to get back on the unicycle? Like, these are all questions, Chris, that we need to consider.
Is she going to juggle fewer bowls? What's the total on number of bowls being juggled? You're right. It's wrist. I don't know where I got ankle from. A severely fractured left wrist that she had to have a procedure for in Minneapolis during that game between the Fever and the Lynx for the Commissioner's Cup final. That Indy upset Minnesota in the other night. So yes, T's and P's, thoughts and prayers to Red Panda. Get better soon. Get back to the unicycle. Get back to juggling the bowls. Get back to impressing all of us with. How do you figure out that you can do that, by the way? When do you first say, hey, not only am I going to try to learn to ride a unicycle, but I'm also going to juggle stuff while I'm on the unicycle, and then slowly work your way up to juggling bowls while you're on the unicycle?
You know, Chris, I was having that exact same thought right when you brought that up. And I have that thought constantly when I watch halftime shows, like not just with Red Panda. There's the guy that balances on ladders. There's the other guy that basically just makes out with his dog for half of it. Like, he does these crazy acrobatic things, and his little chihuahua just crawls all over him, and they kiss at the end of it, and it's weird. That one kind of creeps me out a little bit. But, like, I don't know. I guess, well, how do half the people have, like, America's Got Talent? Isn't that, like, all sorts of these weird things?
Yeah.
I don't know how you come up with that. Like, are you on some drugs and you want to try something out, and then you realize, okay, you're kind of good at it? Or are you just super bored one day? I don't know how all that stuff happens. And I would like to, like, we need some investigative journalism on these, do we call them athletes? These performers, on how they got their start and why.
Yeah, this feels like a Netflix special waiting to happen,
Yes.
right? It does.
Yes.
Like we pushed past Connor Stallions and all the other Netflix documentaries they've done. Give me a behind the scenes on how Red Panda became the premier unicycle bowl juggler in the world. That's what I need to know. But the guy with the dog, that's weird. Like, what is your, like, I have a line I draw, and it is, don't lick my face, dog. Like, seriously, don't. I've seen what dogs eat when they're outside. Okay, I don't want them licking my face.
Yeah, no. Hard pass on that. I don't want. I'm right there with you. But yeah, this guy, his dog's often referred to as Scooby or Percy. Maybe he has two dogs. I don't know, but like, I get it. They love each other. They perform together all the time. They have to practice together. But like, he does not have to open his mouth when the dog is licking his face. That is something that doesn't need to happen. It weirds me out so much. Like it's almost one of those, like, I have to leave this stadium and like go get a hot dog or something at halftime versus sit there and watch when he's performing. Christian and Scooby. That's the one.
Yeah, like I can't be witness to this man and his dog making out in front of 18,000 people. Sorry.
That's where I draw the line, Chris.
It's a hard line I'm drawing too. I'm not going anywhere near it. I love our dog. I'm not letting it lick my face. It will make me mad when our dog like sneaks one in. Like she'll be laying on the couch with us and she just like that, and I'm like, stop it. No,
dogs do gross things, which is fine. They're dogs; they can do that,
right?
But doesn't mean it needs to then
be on my face.
Exactly.
All right. Speaking of WNBA related injuries, Caitlin Clark not going to play tonight. She'll miss her fourth straight game with a groin injury, as the Fever are at home against the Las Vegas Aces. The number on this one this morning, I believe, was Las Vegas by 4.5. That's still where it sits. So, the Fever impressed a lot of people with the way they've played without Caitlin Clark in the lineup, including that Commissioner's Cup upset win over Minnesota the other night. They're back to 500. We talked about that the other day. So we'll see where it goes for them if they can survive the Clark absence a little bit longer, get her back as close as possible to 100%. At this point in the season, I don't think you want to risk that injury becoming a nagging one that lasts the rest of the year or maybe hampers her when you're talking about the playoffs down the line. But no Caitlin Clark tonight, 7 o'clock. The game's on Prime, 7 Eastern at home against the Las Vegas Aces, who, again, are favored by 4.5.
Yeah, Chris, I mentioned this one in our lightning bets yesterday just for people to keep an eye on with some line movements, and it was 1.5 in favor of the Aces at that point. We're now up to 4.5, and that movement, I think it was kind of in the middle of whether Caitlin Clark would play or not at the 1.5. She's not playing. It moves to 4. I like the Aces. Even at this price now, I think they win pretty easily tonight. The Fever, if there's a letdown spot at all, this feels kind of like it could be that spot. You're coming off of a Commissioner's Cup win on the road against the best team in the league, and you were 10.5-point dogs in that game. You win outright. The team's partying in the locker room after. There's videos and pictures of them shotgunning beers, drinking a ton. I have to imagine, like, they're going to be a little lethargic today, just maybe a step slower than they typically are coming off of that win, coming off of that celebration. Whereas the Aces, they still have some stuff to figure out, and they just traded for Nalissa Smith, who was on the Fever earlier this year. She's been moving all around this season. And so I'm not sure like the continuity there is going to be great, but this is a team, Aces team, that's trying to figure things out, and they're very close to it clicking. I think tonight's a good spot for them to have a very strong performance against a team that's missing Caitlin Clark. And again, just was partying in the locker room after the win. I mean, I know they're a lot younger than I am, but if I'm drinking heavily, it's going to take me a day or two. I certainly wouldn't be at my best playing in a WNBA game coming off of a night where I have 5-6 beers.
Yeah, no, it's a good point for all those reasons. That the Aces laying the 4.5 is a good look, even on the road against the Fever tonight. The rest of the WNBA slate, The Liberty favored by 10.5 over the Sparks. You've got Atlanta getting 1.5 at home against Seattle. That number has actually flipped from the open when Atlanta was favored by 2.5. You've got the Phoenix Mercury laying 11.5 on the road at Dallas. That's been a big move from the 4.5 it opened at. And then you've got Minnesota coming off of the Commissioner's Cup final loss at home against Washington, favored by 11.5, down from the 14.5 it opened at. I don't know if you have any WNBA looks this evening, Kate.
Yeah, Chris, I've got a couple that we can run through, or not necessarily anything. I'm not betting all of these, just full transparency, but these are the ways that I would look at these games. The Liberty have not been good lately. They're in a slump. Jonquel Jones is out. She's their starting center. That's been kind of hitting them hard. Their defense is not great. Bottom 3 in defense right now, where they were a top 3 team in defensive rating for much of the season. I think they get back on track a little bit offensively tonight against the Sparks team, but that's only because the Sparks defense is god-awful in themselves. So I think you look at an over here. 169.5 is the total there. I also like the Liberty, their team total. If you want to just bank on them finding some success. Feinbach is back for the Liberty. She's back in the starting lineup. She was out for Eurobasket, so that was a part of New York kind of struggling a little bit. So Liberty over 89.5 team total against the Sparks. Sparks also just played the Sky in 2 of their last 3 games, and the Sky's offense is not very good. They allowed 97 and 92 to Chicago, so that's concerning there. So overs is how I would look at Liberty and Sparks. The Wings and Mercury, I would look at an under in this one, 166.5. The Wings are without Arike Ngumbawale, so a lot of that scoring load is going to fall on the shoulders of Paige Beckers. Not saying she can't handle it, but the offense for the Wings, not like superstar status, or not, they're not putting up points like crazy every night. And then this game also has blowout potential with the Mercury minus 12.5. Like, you have a very large spread there. I think if this one gets out of hand, maybe some players sit down the stretch and we get a lower scoring game with the under hitting at 166.5.
All right, some interesting WNBA looks across the league tonight if you're looking for some action between that and Major League Baseball. Again, our lightning bets before we wrap up here in just a couple of moments on Bet Sweats. I did want to bring this up. I know you're either a soccer fan or not a soccer fan, right? Like, there's not a lot of people that are in the middle and like, oh, I kind of pay attention, I don't. For those that are English Premier League fans, international soccer fans, some terrible news overnight. 28-year-old Portuguese and Liverpool forward Diogo Jota was killed in a car accident in Spain alongside his brother, Andre. He had just been married less than a week ago. He had won the Premier League with Liverpool this season, obviously 6 goals in 26 appearances. Had just won the Euro Cup with Portugal as well. About a month later, he leaves behind 3 children. So terrible news, obviously. There's not much more to say other than that. There's no betting angle on this. There's nothing like that. But he was loved by teammates, was an important part of the Wolves squad that won promotion to the Premier League when he was there, and then had some European success as well. And again, had just played for his country and was due to be an important part of the Portuguese side at the World Cup next year here in North America. So just terrible news. But I didn't want to let the show go at all without mentioning it, especially to those that are international and English Premier League soccer fans. The 28-year-old Liverpool forward and striker Diogo Jota passed away last night in a car accident in Spain. Just, you hate to see someone cut down in their prime like that.
I mean, it's just awful news, terribly sad all around. I mean, to have just gotten married too, and the kids, it kind of, I mean, it's a similar situation to the Johnny Gaudreau, Matthew Gaudreau, those 2 brothers, NHL players that were killed in a drunk driving accident last year. So, I mean, this, I'm probably not the person that needs to tell anyone this, but 4th of July, everyone be smart this weekend. You know, we don't need any more of this type of stuff going on, because that is just a massive tragedy for that family and that organization and everyone involved.
Yeah, well said. Have fun this weekend. We've had plenty of fun talking about 4th of July weekend, obviously. We're going to go out and have fun. We'll continue that fun tomorrow on the Daily Tip when we're filling in for Chelsea and Jenks. But know the limits when you're having fun, and if you go past the limits, make sure you're safe about how you're getting to wherever you're going, because you hate to see tragic accidents like this take place. But again, didn't want to let the show go without mentioning that. So we've got baseball, we've got WNBA. I don't know if we'll go back to some of those NFL Coach of the Year conversations we had earlier in the show as well. Where do we want to go for lightning bets? We'll get ready to wrap things up and give you our favorite plays of the day. That's all next right here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Alongside Kate Constable, I'm Chris Mack. This is Bet Sweats, live coast to coast on the BetMGM Network, wherever you may be in the world, not just today, every single day, including this 4th of July weekend. Hope you're getting ready to enjoy it. Inside the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Just search for the BetMGM Network. You can always watch the show as well, live on YouTube. Again, search for the BetMGM Network. Quick reminder again, tomorrow we will be in for Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the Daily Tip. So we'll be up extra early with you guys. We will have plenty to talk about. Kate mentioned she had a chance to talk to Joey Chestnut on the Better Angle this past weekend. We'll let you hear some of that conversation as well tomorrow to get ready for the big Nathan's hot dog eating contest. May take a peek at the NFL MVP market as well. Of course, a full day of baseball tomorrow to talk about, as well as anything else going on in the world. A whole lot of nonsense starting at 6 Eastern tomorrow on the Daily Tip with myself and Kate. I'm really concerned now about this number of hot dogs thing over the weekend. Like, I kind of want to push myself just to see what I got left in the tank, so to speak. You know, I'm getting to that age where I don't eat like crazy anymore, but I mean, if I have a couple tomorrow, a few more on Saturday at the cookout we're headed to, like, I'm not approaching Joey Chestnut numbers. Let's not get crazy, but I might be able to do some damage this weekend.
I say go for it, Chris. Like, why not? YOLO, right? You're not getting any younger. It's not going to get easier next year. I'm going to set the line for you on the weekend at 15.
Wow. Okay.
Well, if you ate 8 or 9 in one day.
Yeah, that's true.
Although you're probably going to slow down the second day and not be as, they won't look as appealing. Maybe we go down more like 12 and a half, 13.
I was going to bring it all the way down to like 10 and a half, 11 and a half.
Okay.
Yeah. Just, okay. Well, if we're including the whole weekend though, I mean, there might be something on Sunday. Who knows what happens? But then my wife just sent me a picture. She works from home and she's, taking a break upstairs, making the potato salad right now for tomorrow. What is your potato salad? Do you have rules about potato salad? Is there certain kinds you'll try, not try? Because I'm looking at this right now and I'm feeling very hungry.
I have strong feelings about potato salad.
Okay, let's hear it.
I do not eat it.
Not at all.
I do not like potato salad. I know. I wish I did because it's everywhere. You go to it's at every barbecue. No, I don't like it. I think it's gross. I don't like the texture. And I'm a mayonnaise person. Like, I will put mayonnaise on things. Potato salad. And it's just kind of like, I'm always worried that something odd is going to happen when it's sitting out in the sun and you've got the mayonnaise just kind of cooking. Well, I honestly don't know what else goes into potato salad, but and the fact that it's served cold, just kind of grosses me out altogether. I am like a hard pass on potato salad. Wow. There are very few things I don't eat. Black olives and potato salad. Those are 2.
Okay. Potato, I got to have just not a lot, just a little bbit. And you got to get it when it's fresh. Like you said, it can't be sitting out there on the table all day and you get around to it around dinner time. It's like 5, 6 o'clock and no, it's not. It's like lukewarm and it's been sitting in the sun. No. I'm not touching that stuff. I get it when it's fresh, just laid out on the table. Just a little scoop to go with that first hot dog to sort of lay a solid foundation in the stomach for all the beer that's going to come throughout the rest of the day. Yeah, I got to have a little bit of potato salad.
So if I were to watch your wife make it, I would be more willing to eat it or try it. It's what grosses me out. And this is kind of how it started, is like when you go to the grocery store and they have like all the fresh, the pre-made foods and you're looking at like this massive bowl of potato salad. Yeah, and that is like repulsive to me. So it's more of a like thought of it all than like it actually not tasting good. It's just like the thought of it.
That was one of the more revolting jobs I had as a teenager. I worked at a grocery store and I was in that prepared foods section where like you had the pasta salad, potato salad, you had the big rotisserie chicken machine, and you'd have to clean that thing off at the end of the night. And then you'd have to take the grease out of the grease trap and pour it in this giant 55-gallon drum out on the loading dock, and it smelled like death. That was easily the grossest job I've ever had.
Do you ever buy from the pre-made section at grocery stores after seeing what goes on behind the scenes there? Like, I can imagine there's just some funky business, and not like people putting random stuff in the food, but just like not being totally like clean, the cleanliness of all of it, and like where you have your hands been. Do you wear a hairnet? Does the hairnet actually work? A lot of questions.
No, I do not buy anything from the prepared foods section at the grocery store. Unless, like you said, I get to see you make it right there in front of me.
Right.
That's a completely different story. But I'm surprised I haven't developed an aversion to rotisserie chicken. Like, I hit up the wholesale club, whether you go to Sam's or Costco or whatever it may be, and I could take one of those rotisserie chickens and just sit there in the parking lot in the car and just eat it with my hands. I still love that stuff. I don't know why I wasn't turned off to that.
Okay with. I buy rotisserie chickens. I do the same thing. I think they're phenomenal. Like when you get them warm too. Oh, you gotta eat it warm for sure. Like, how do you feel about eating other people's like chocolate chip cookies or desserts or things like that? Yeah. Does that weird you out at all?
Getting crushed every single time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm 50-50 on that. It kind of just depends.
To see people make it before you'll eat it.
Yeah, I really
We'll have a hot dog, which we have no idea what's in there.
Exactly. It makes perfect sense. Yeah.
Perfect sense.
Yeah. Okay, here's another question before we get to lightning bets, Chris. The hot dogs that my husband brought home, I did not eat them. I don't want to have 2 hot dogs at 10:30 p.m. So they're in the fridge. Do you eat leftover hot dogs? They're just done, right?
Those are in the bun already, though, aren't they? And they've been sitting in that foil wrapper all night.
Yeah, and they were probably sitting they're in the fridge, but like...
Right, but still.
They were probably sitting out for the full game, all of that.
Yeah, they sat in a warmer through the game last night. I mean, these dogs are approaching 18 hours old at this point. Like, the bun's probably soggy. It's been sitting in that foil wrapper with a little bit of condensation. That's a Joey Chestnut dog at this point.
That's true.
No. Although, Double D did bring up in the chat, you can air fry just about anything to bring it back to life. The air fryer is a lifesaver. You take the bun and the dog and separate them, drop them in the air fryer, pop them in there for like 3 or 4 minutes. It might be good as new. I don't know. It's a Wrigley Field dog. I can't speak to the quality.
You know, maybe I will give that a try just for pure content purposes and report back tomorrow.
Yes. If Kate does not report at 6 a.m., we know it's a bad case of food poisoning.
Yeah. And no one's going to be there to fill in with you, Chris, because it's 4th of July and no one else is jumping on the show.
Nope, not happening. Lightning bets for today. We got baseball. We got WNBA. We got a number of different things to talk about. Where are you going first?
I'm going WNBA. I'm going to go the Las Vegas Aces -4.5. No Caitlin Clark. Fever, maybe a little tired after their celebrations the other night. Aces are starting to kind of put things together. I like that. I'm also going to go the over in Sparks and Liberty. I think we see a high-scoring game here. Over 169. Liberty's offense, I think, is going to bounce back and have a solid night against a bad defense, especially with the Liberty being at home. So those are my 2 in the W. Going over to Major League Baseball, I'm going to take the Tigers on the run line against the Nationals. Nationals have not been very good at home this year. 2nd worst home record in the NL. The Tigers offense, they were great in the month of June. Hopefully that continues on in July here, hitting 268. And they're going up against a pitcher in Jake Irvin, who's allowed 12 runs in 16 innings against AL opponents this year. So I am going Tigers on the run line.
All right. I like the Tigers look especially. That's really good. I might tail that one. As for baseball, that's where I'm going to keep it today. I mentioned I'm going back to the Christian Walker well. The Astros only scored 5 against the Rockies yesterday. Still got the win. Walker, 12 of 35 lifetime with a pair of homers against Kyle Freeland, who gets the start for the Rockies tonight. So I'm going to go with a Christian Walker home run prop. And then also one other home run prop, Rhys Hoskins, the Brewers in New York against the Mets again. Hoskins 7 of 16 lifetime with a pair of home runs against David Peterson. So I'll go a little bit on a home run prop there as well after I hit on Aaron Judge yesterday. And then Royals, Mariners, we talked about that game a couple of times today. Seth Lugo against Brian Wu. First 5 is at under 4, even though you got the full game number at 7.5. So I'm going to go first 5 under 4 in Royals, Mariners. I might do some investigating. I don't have it locked in yet, but we had Joe Osborne on an hour ago, and he mentioned Dustin May's home road splits as the Dodgers host the White Sox tonight. Might dig into that a little bit this afternoon and look for an angle because I really like the Dodgers against the Sox again tonight, but trying to find a price that's worth betting might require a little bit of digging. So going to dig in on that a little bit later. If you missed anything today, including that conversation with Joe Osborne, you can always rewind inside your Odyssey app to anything in the last 24 hours. You can always download things in podcast form as well inside your Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Just search for Bet Sweats, including that conversation with Justin Perry of Shot Quality Bets about what we should expect from Mike Brown now that he's in charge in New York with the Knicks. That's going to do it for today's edition. We are going to go prepare ourselves, Kate, for an early wake-up call tomorrow on the Daily Tip and plenty of hot dogs, a little bit of potato salad for me. What's your favorite 4th of July side then? I know this might be a little bit of a preview. We're going to do a 4th of July cookout draft tomorrow. I don't want you to blow anything up here, but is there a side that you absolutely have to have at a cookout?
Potato chips. Hot dog and potato chips.
Simple and straightforward.
It's simple. I don't need to get too fancy.
You get your podcasts.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened.